here we go. The House of Representatives will now come to order. All in the chamber will rise as we begin our day with prayer by Monsignor Kerwicki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let us bow our heads and pray. Eternal Father of our souls, at the beginning of another lengthy day, we pause for a moment in your presence, seeking guidance at your hand, strength for the long hours, and wisdom for the decisions and the votes we have to make today. May your blessing rest upon these representatives of our people, and may your spirit move in their hearts as they seek to promote justice in our land, goodwill among our people, and cooperation along political lines. As a result of their endeavors, may obedience to the law, the rights of the individual, and the loyalty of our state be firmly established among us. Now, may God bless our Missouri and keep all her citizens healthy, now and forever, and in a special way on this Alzheimer's Awareness Day. And the House says, Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Monsignor.
Have a good spring break.
You too? Oh, is
yes,
this
me
it?
for my
okay.
funeral and then.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll see you after break. Okay.
That's why they want to investigate me.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Greene County.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I move for the approval of the House Journal for the 36th day, Monday, March 10th, 2025, and I ask for a roll call vote.
The gentleman from Greene County has moved for the approval of the House Journal for the 36th day, Monday, March 10th, 2025, and ask for a roll call vote. Are there any additions or changes to the Journal? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the gentleman's motion will vote yes. All those opposed, no. The clerk will ring the bell and open the board. Ms. White. Got the day all planned out?
Yeah. Nino's going to lead off here in a little bit. Mark, I told him when he takes lunch, if he wants to captain in, they come back and take over after that.
Scotty Bell.
How are you, sir?
Come on up here.
Kara,
Okay. And then Donnie has a point of personal privilege.
Gotcha.
Donald Mayhew.
Gotcha. Hello, sir. How are you, sir? Good, and you? Very good, very good.
Has everyone voted? The clerk will close the board and tally the vote. With the yeas being 127 and the nays being 1, the gentleman's motion is approved.
Gentleman from Greene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next order of business will be points of personal privilege, and I ask to recognize the gentleman from Pulaski for a point of personal privilege.
The gentleman from Pulaski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Moment of personal privilege.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we recognize Alzheimer's Awareness Day. This disease is the worst of all possible diseases because it steals your memories, the very essence of who you are. Over 120,000 Missourians that we're aware of are living with the Alzheimer's right now, and that's likely an underestimate because this disease is a very slow and silent killer. We wear purple today to recognize the struggles of those suffering and their caregivers, and to raise awareness and recommit ourselves to the struggle for treatment, support, and ultimately a cure. I would ask that we, Mr. Speaker, that we observe a moment of silence for those suffering with this insidious disease.
Will all in the chambers and galleries please rise and observe a moment of silence for those who struggle with Alzheimer's. Further points of personal privilege. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next order of business will be introduction of special guests.
Introduction of special guest, gentleman from St. Charles County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the distinct honor of having a wonderful school group here today. It is West Point Christian Academy. They're right up here over there. And I also have their administrators right over here to my left between the second and third column. And their names are Bronson Frost and Reagan Arnold. And I would ask that the House would make them feel most welcome.
Welcome to the House. Gentleman from St. Louis City.
Introduction of a special guest.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. This morning I have the honor of introducing on my right and to your left, between the third and fourth columns, Mr. Matt Schindler. He's the CEO of Seed St. Louis, a 40-year-old organization that encourages and promotes school gardens, and community orchards. And I ask the body to make him feel welcome.
Gentleman from Butler.
Speaker, introducing a special guest.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, in front of you, behind me, up on the upper gallery, is Mick Common Foster Carson. She is here on MATA Lobbying Day, but also she is the daughter of Timothy Foster and daughter of Bill Foster, who had passed, a great man, who had been a senator at West Virginia, Butler County for many, many years. And I just wanted to take a moment of silence. He had died a few months ago. So you wouldn't mind to at a moment of silence for Senator Bill Foster.
Would all in the galleries please rise and join us in a moment of silence for our departed colleague. Gentleman from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction of very special guests.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To your right and my left are two distinguished gentlemen between the fifth and sixth column, and that would be Robert and Will Brown. I call them the Brown Boys. They own a construction company, roofing company down in my part of the country. Drove all the way from southwest Missouri, and I think even one from Arkansas, just to hang out with me today, which I can't believe anybody would do such a thing. But I just want to have the House give them a very generous welcome.
Welcome to the House. The lady from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction of special guests.
Proceed, lady.
I am honored to introduce members of Veterans of Foreign Wars, VFW Post 2365. That is my post where I serve along with them in Woodson Terrace, Missouri. With us today is Jerome Cummings, James McKay, Walter Lobster, Karibi Epps, Fred Sanders, and Eddie Pearson. And these are military veterans with a combined 300-plus years of experience, and they are involved with the VFW, Veterans Helping Veterans. Please make them feel welcome.
Welcome to the House. Lady from Cass.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to introduce very special guests.
Proceed, lady.
I too have a wonderful school group here. In between the third and fourth column, to my left and your right, it is my honor to introduce 6 outstanding seniors from the Raymore Peculiar School District in Cass County, Missouri. These students are Devin Fisher, Carter Younger, McKenna Raymond, Paxton Pritchard, Ellie Dillon, and Taryn Bauer. They exemplify the core of Panther traits of leadership, integrity, and a commitment to excellence both in their academics and their community. I would also like to introduce the superintendent, Dr. Michael Slagle. He is here as well. So please give them a very warm welcome.
Welcome to the House. Gentleman from Cape Girardeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction to special guests.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On your right and my left, between the 5th and 6th columns, we have some public educators from Cape Girardeau, Missouri. I'd like to introduce Cecily Masters, Shannon Berghoff, Tyler Loppe, Marcia Medlin, and Candy Hyder. If the House would make them feel welcome, I'd appreciate it.
Welcome to the House. The other gentleman from Cape Girardeau.
Mr. Speaker, to recognize special guest.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. To your right and my left, between the 5th and 6th columns, I've got some teachers here from the Jackson School District in Cape Girardeau County that I represent, Amber Beard and Tracy Beard. I'd like for the body to make them feel welcome.
Lady from St. Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 groups here today. We have business leaders from my district. If they could all please stand. And before you give us a round of applause, I'm going to introduce the children that we have from my district. So where are the folks from District 63? If you could all please stand. And the young people that are up in the gallery from Wentzville Middle School, could you also stand? And then, Mr. Speaker, on your right and my left, I have the student council leaders. That's Olivia Hine, Haley Flower, Kelsey Barnes, Allie Copernell, Colin McLaurin, and Sophia Harms with their sponsor, Jerry Cannon, and Joshua Lanham. These children have raised over 8,000 pounds for disabled veterans, homeless veterans. So if you could thank our business leaders and our youth, I would really appreciate it with a round of applause.
Thank you both and welcome to the House. Gentleman from Scott.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Introduction of special guests.
Proceed, gentlemen.
To your right and my left, we have a group of educators from Scott County, Missouri. The first are a group from Sikeston, Missouri, who are here today in the Capitol. They are leaving to go home to celebrate their district boys championship game last night. They defeated the Farmington Knights. Thank you, Farmington, for a good show. But and please make these educators welcome in our house today.
Welcome to the House. Lady from Dunklin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction of special guest.
Proceed, lady.
Mr. Speaker, to your right and my left, between columns 3 and 4, I'd like to introduce Denton Koyman. He is the mayor of the city of Malden. Malden is in Dunklin County, and I would ask the House make him feel welcome today. Thank you.
Welcome to the House. Gentleman from St. Charles.
I rise for introduction of special guests, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you. To your right and my left is Marla Miller from St. Charles and Denise McConaughey also from St. Charles. These are 2 excellent educators. We've been doing a lot on education this week here in the House, and they came to see what all of this was about. Miss Marlena is building a school from scratch. So if you're interested in finding out what goes into that challenge, she is her expertise is in early childhood development. And then Denise, Ms. McConaughey, she teaches as a adjunct professor at MOBAP in early education, and she is the owner of the Goddard School. So we have 2 excellent educators with us. If the House could make them feel welcome.
Welcome to the House. Gentleman from Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction of special guests.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To your left and my right, in the upper gallery, they would please stand. I'd like to introduce the North Shelby Junior American Government class and their teacher, David Stuckey. North Shelby is the North School in Shelby County. It's also where the gentleman from Pettis, who had a big day on the floor yesterday, was the coach of the state championship 1A girls team 30-some years ago. But I'd like for the House to welcome the North Shelby government class. I believe the whole junior class is here today, so if the House would make them feel welcome up there. Thank you.
Welcome to the House. Gentleman from Polk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce a couple special guests on your right, my left, between columns 3 and 4, Jeremiah Horn and Maxwell Cates. Jeremiah Horn is a remarkable individual born in Dallas, Texas. He's a shining example of resilience and determination. Growing up as in a single-parent household with 6 siblings in an impoverished neighborhood, Jeremiah has learned the value of hard work and community support at a very early age. His childhood was filled with challenges, but sports became a refuge as he began to play at the tender age of 4. These early experiences laid the foundation for his future endeavors. As a student athlete of Southwest Baptist University, Jeremiah continues to thrive. Playing football and majoring in mass communications, his passion for service has led him to create this SBU Service Athletic Team, fostering a culture of community involving among his peers. He's taken the role of captain as a fellowship Christian athletes group, recognizing the outstanding contributions. He is honored as a spotlight of the student by SBU's president and board of trustees. Currently, Jeremiah is processes the establishment of Media Club at SBU, aiming to keep students and the community informed about events and opportunities. Jeremiah is committed to helping youth. He is very involved in his community and is a director of mentorship at the DeSoto Junior Eagles, where he's a mentor of younger children in impoverished neighborhoods. He is a positive role model for them and give them hope. As he looks forward to his future, Jeremiah plans furthering his education in SBU while building connections in media, news, and journalism industrial. Jeremiah Horn is not just a great guy, he's a beacon of hope and a source of inspiration to his community. His journey from humble beginnings to a promised future in media and public service exemplifies the power of perseverance, leadership, and commitment in making the difference. Jeremiah is accompanied by his best friend, Maxwell Cates. Maxwell is an athlete from Kansas City, Missouri, currently playing football at Southwest Baptist University. He majors in exercise science and is recently exploring the sales industry and finds interest in customer service. He has plans to explore sports marketing, and he is passionate about personal growth. He enjoys working outside and pushing himself to new limits. Beyond sports, Maxwell values time with his family and cherishes meaningful connections. With a strong desire to help others, he is committed to making a positive impact in the world, whether through leadership, service, or inspiring those around him. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the body makes Jeremiah Horn and Maxwell Cates feel welcome.
Welcome to the House. Gentleman from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction of special guest.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, to your left and my right, under the justice virtue is the City of St. Louis's election supervisor, Ben Borgmeyer, an attorney, a personal friend, a great public servant, and he was here working on a couple bills and meeting some city people, so if we could give him a round warm of applause, I'd appreciate it, Mr. Speaker.
Welcome to the House. Further introductions? Seeing none, gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next order of business will be House Bills for Perfection, informal, and I ask that you recognize the gentleman from Jackson for a motion on House Committee Substitute for House Bill 615.
Gentleman from Jackson, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 615 be ordered, perfected, and printed.
The gentleman from Jackson has made a motion that we perfect and print House Bill 615. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Committee Sub for House Bill 615 be adopted.
The gentleman from Jackson has moved for the adoption of the House Committee Substitute for House Bill 615. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the title of House Committee Sub for House Bill 615 be agreed to.
The gentleman from Jackson has moved for the title. Is there discussion on the title? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And you've agreed to the title. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment ending in .07H, and I move for it's been distributed, and I move for its adoption.
The gentleman from Jackson has moved for House Amendment 1 to House Committee Substitute for House Bill 615. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this amendment is to take out the portions talking about the court reporters. They are continuing to work on their language and want to do a better job of perfecting that portion, so we have elected to take that out. And the second portion is to take out the section number 4 to match up to the rep from the Warren District and his language and his bill as well. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Discussion on House Amendment 1. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you. To inquire of the amendment maker.
Does the gentleman from Jackson yield to the gentleman from Jackson? And do you have a clear path?
I do.
Proceed. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Got a pretty good bill here. So what are we what are we changing? Exactly. I just walked in, so you'll have to forgive me. But if you can just kind of go over what we're changing. I know you're taking out the court recorder section. What was the hang up on that?
The court reporters they're working on their own bill, and they wanted to do some more work on their language. They've been really respectful to me, and I'm respectfully taking that off for them to do what they need to do to make their bill better.
Now, was this language included in the previous bills, or is this something that was added to this version?
This was added during the voting out or the executives. I'm sorry, this was added prior to the executive session. That's what made the House Committee Sub.
Okay.
And so that was added in then. From there was some discussion on their part, and they decided that they would like to have that taken out because they wanted to work on their language.
Okay. I see we have some other amendments that have been filed as well. I'll go ahead and take a seat.
No, there will be no, this is the only amendment that will happen on my bill.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Cooper, for what purpose do you rise?
May I inquire of the amendment maker, please?
Does the gentleman from Jackson yield to the gentleman from Cooper?
I do.
Proceed.
Hello, gentlemen.
Good morning.
So you mentioned court reporters. It's an admirable profession. Would you agree?
I do agree.
And some of those, as one is in school and they move forward in their life, and they may choose to be a court reporter. That'd be a great thing, wouldn't it?
That would be an awesome thing.
Well, it just so happens that right above me and to my right, there's a school, St. Mary's Catholic School. Ms. Schulte is here with her class, and in that class up there may be future court reporters.
That is awesome.
Yep.
That is awesome.
So at the appropriate time, I wish everybody would give them a round of applause, the future court reporters.
Thank you, Representative.
Welcome to the House. Further discussion on House Amendment 1. Seeing none, gentleman from Jackson, you're recognized to close on your amendment.
I close.
The gentleman from Jackson has renewed his motion for the adoption of House Amendment 1 to House Committee Substitute for House Bill 615. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes clearly have it. We've adopted the amendment. Discussion on House Committee Substitute for House Bill 615 as amended. Gentleman from Boone.
To inquire of the bill sponsor.
Does the gentleman from Jackson yield?
I do.
Proceed.
Gentlemen, thank you for bringing this bill. And I stepped out in the hallway, so you may have covered this to some degree, but there's a portion of this bill that deals with the enticement of a child. Did you go over that?
It does.
Okay,
yes.
and it raises the age so that it's not limited to people who are under 17. Yes, Is that that's right? correct. Okay. And
That is
did
correct.
that come through? I believe something similar to that may have come through the Judiciary Committee. Is
I-
that correct? It's part of a larger bill.
I do think that's correct, yes.
Yeah, I think it was part of more of an omnibus bill that I don't think it's come out to the floor yet. But thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, to speak on the bill.
Proceed, sir.
Mr. Speaker, there is a really good provision in this bill that came through, I believe it came through the Judiciary Committee in another form, and it raises the age for enticement of a child. So basically, children that are older are protected by this provision, which I think is a good bill. Younger children obviously are protected, but this goes up to almost the age of 17, which I think is important to protect children from predators. So that portion I like, and I urge the body to support it. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Committee Substitute for House Bill 615 as amended. Gentleman from Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak on this bill.
Proceed, sir.
Yeah, House Bill 615, some of the provisions of House Bill 615 made it on to the bill that we heard yesterday that came through, which was the anti-trafficking bill. He has a lot of good provisions on this bill that are on that, but also he deals with the restitution piece that the House bill that we passed last night doesn't have on it. It's a good bill. It's well thought out, and it gets to the heart of those individuals who have been trafficked or who have been sexually abused, and that he's just done a really good job working on this bill. It's passed through this chamber before, and I just urge everyone to vote in support on both sides of the aisle.
Further discussion. Lane from St. Louis City.
Thank you. To speak to the bill sponsor.
Does the gentleman from Jackson yield?
I do.
You may proceed.
I didn't know this. I didn't pay attention that this bill was going to be the first one. And we took the elevator together today, so I could have asked you these questions. So I have a constituent that is an absolute fan. My constituent happens to be a Republican and is an absolute fan of this bill. And he asked me to ask 2 questions, have to put it on a record. He just wants to know, if at all, what role will local law enforcement play in managing the fund distribution for increased enforcement efforts? And then he also wants to know what specific oversight mechanisms will be in place to ensure that funds are used effectively for rehabilitation and education programs. But he's a fan of this bill. I love this bill, and he just wanted me to ask those 2 questions.
Sure.
He's watching as well.
Well, hello, wherever you are. First of all, the funds will be managed by the Treasurer's Office, and they will be distributed to the county of which the arrests were made. And the county is responsible then to portion out that money, 50% to the arresting office, not the officers, but their agency. And then the other 50% will then go to anybody that is any institution or organization that is trying to help the folks that are being trafficked to get out of that lifestyle. So that's the initial part of it. The Treasurer's Office will be the responsible party for making sure that those monies get to the right place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion on House Committee Substitute for House Bill 615 as amended. Seeing none. Gentleman from Jackson, you're recognized to renew your motion.
I renew my motion.
The gentleman from Jackson renewed his motion for the adoption of the House Committee Substitute for House Bill 615 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. And the ayes have it. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak on the rest of this bill this is something that's very personal to me, as most of you know. I won't go into the details. This is something that needs to be done. We are the center of the United States for human trafficking and the sex trafficking, as we have I-70 going east and west. We have I-35 going north and south. We get lots of trafficked people through Missouri, and we need to do something more to protect these folks. I had someone come down and testify for this bill who was a perpetrator. And once again, that being said, I want to go back and just say this bill is specifically drawn up to go after the perpetrators. It goes after everyone, but the perpetrators are our main goal here because this bill includes some restitution fees that are going to go to the people that are helping us get the Johns and the perpetrators off the street. If we can get rid of the demand, hopefully we can get rid of the human trafficking and the sex trafficking. As the gentleman before said, this is raising the ages. Currently, it's 14 and below for any of the charges, but now it goes up to 14 to 15 in raising the ages. It goes above 15 to 17 for the charges, and also, I apologize. I renew my motion.
No apology there, sir. You didn't get a chance to talk your bill ahead of time. The gentleman has renewed his motion for the perfection printing of House Bill Substitute for House Bill 615 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes clearly have it. You've ordered the bill perfected and printed. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying on the same order of business, I ask that you recognize the gentleman from Newton for a motion on House Committee Substitute for House Bill 799, 334, 424, and 1069.
Gentleman from Newton, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 799 be ordered perfected and printed.
The gentleman from Newton has moved for the perfection and printing of House Bill 799. Gentleman from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move that House Committee Substitute for House Bill 799 be adopted.
The gentleman from Newton has moved for the adoption of the House Committee Substitute for House Bill 799, 334, 424, and 1069. Gentleman from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Almost like you're an auctioneer. Now I move that the title for House Bill 799 be agreed to.
The gentleman from Newton has moved for the adoption of the title. There's a discussion on the title. Gentleman from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a titling amendment, ends in .04H, and I move for its adoption.
The gentleman from Newton has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 1. Is there discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You've adopted the title. Gentleman from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that we've already passed off the floor as an amendment in House Bill, I believe it was 247, passed with 151 votes, I believe, off of the House in the affirmative, also passed committee with a unanimous vote. It's a bill that phases out most motor vehicle inspections but still leaves a mileage requirement. It also includes an amendment, hopefully, that I can get on there in just a moment. We've worked on this in committee. Everyone agreed it was a great bill, and I think even on the House floor as well. With that, I have an amendment that ends in .03H, and I move for its adoption.
The gentleman from Newton has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 2. Gentleman from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very simple amendment. It adds a license plate that is for our veterans or serving in the Space Force, which we do not currently have as a license plate for service members. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Discussion on House Amendment 2. Seeing none. You're recognized to close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
The gentleman from Newton has renewed his motion for the adoption of House Amendment 2. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You adopted the motion. Further discussion on House Committee for Substitute for House Bills 799, 334, 424, and 1069 as amended. Gentleman from Lincoln.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment to offer ending in .01H, and it's been distributed.
The gentleman from Lincoln has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 3. Gentleman from Lincoln.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This issue came to me 2 years ago from a constituent who is a retired law enforcement officer, and as he went to go get his license renewed at the License Bureau, the laws had changed, and he's no longer available to, or he no longer has the opportunity to get confidential license plates, and he just wants to be able to have that opportunity again as a retired law enforcement officer. So this amendment would just simply add the word in an active or retired to this piece of legislation so that retired law enforcement officers would be available to get confidential plates. I had this bill last year. It got put on another bill as an amendment. It passed, but like a lot of pieces of legislation last year, it died somewhere across the hall.
Discussion on House Amendment 3. Gentleman from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In favor of the amendment, vote yes.
Further discussion. Gentleman from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the amendment, handler, please.
Does the gentleman from Lincoln yield?
Yes.
And do you have a clear path?
We will in a second. There we go.
Now.
Proceed.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I am just verifying. We've seen this before, as you said. And what this does is allows a current or former law enforcement officer to basically not let me look up who they are, right?
Right. Evidently, you could just pay a small fee, go to the DMV, and they can give you anybody, with a plate.
And does this extend to their family also? Would their wife, for example, be able to use this or not?
I don't believe so. That was not my intent. It was just for the actual the law enforcement officer. I guess if the vehicle's licensed in both of their names, then that of course would work.
Hopefully that's the case. And we'll move forward thinking about that sort of thing as we go. I actually like this idea because we know that people that put their lives at risk to keep the peace sometimes generate enemies. And it's definitely worthwhile to try and keep their lives as private as possible in these circumstances. I support your amendment. Mr. Speaker, to inquire of the bill handler, please.
Does the gentleman from Newton yield to the gentleman from St. Louis?
Of course. Thank you, Mr.
Proceed.
Speaker.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you doing?
Good.
Good stuff. So we've talked about these bills extensively in this room and in committee, correct?
That's
I
correct.
think this new bill is in keeping with the spirit of what we're trying to do here.
Sure.
So I just wanted to make sure that there's nothing different here than anything we've seen before, correct?
Nope.
All right. I'm in support of the bill as amended right now. So thank
Awesome.
you, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on House Amendment 3. Seeing none, gentleman from Lincoln, you're recognized to close.
I close.
The gentleman from Lincoln has renewed his motion for the adoption of House Amendment 3. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes clearly have you adopted the amendment. Further discussion on the House Committee substitute. Gentleman from Osage, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment ending in .05H. It's been distributed, and I move for its adoption.
The gentleman from Osage has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 4. Gentleman from Osage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the amendment we've all heard before. It simply allows those folks applying for a license on their vehicle from the Missouri Conservation and Heritage Foundation to pay their fee directly to Department of Transportation rather than to a third-party vendor.
Discussion on House Amendment 4. Seeing none, gentlemen, you're recognized to close.
I close.
The gentleman from Osage has renewed his motion for the adoption of House Amendment 4. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes clearly have you adopted the amendment. Further discussion on House Committee Substitute House Bill 799, 334, 424, and 1069 as amended. Seeing none, gentleman from Newton, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a great bill, just making a lot of things better when it comes to vehicle inspections. Something that is kind of an unnecessary burden to drive your vehicle legally. There's no connection between the motor vehicle inspections and public safety. So we're just doing something that I think most of our citizens will really like. And now it's an even better bill with these amendments, and I close.
The gentleman from Newton has renewed his motion for the adoption of the House Committee Substitute for House Bill 799, 334, 424, and 1069 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes clearly have it. Gentleman from Newton, you're recognized to close on your motion.
I close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Newton has renewed his motion for the perfection printing of House Committee Substitute for House Bill 799, 334, 424, and 1069 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have you clearly. You've ordered the House Committee Substitute for House Bill 799, 334, 424, and 1069 as amended, perfected and printed. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying on the same order of business, I ask that you recognize the gentleman from St. Louis County for a motion on House Committee substitute for House Bills 974, 57, 1032, and 1141.
Gentleman from St. Louis County, for what purpose do you rise?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that House Bill 974 be ordered, perfected, and printed.
The gentleman from St. Louis County has moved for the perfection and printing of House Bill 974. Gentleman from St. Louis County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Committee substitute for House Bill 974, 334, 424, and 1069 be adopted.
Whoop. Are those the right numbers, gentlemen?
Well, let me read them off the board because that's what I wrote down. House Bill 974, House Bill 57, 1032, and 1141 be adopted.
The gentleman from St. Louis County has moved for the adoption of the House Committee substitute for House Bills 974, 57, 1034, and 1141. Gentleman from St. Louis County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the title for House Committee substitute for House Bill 974 be agreed to.
The gentleman has moved for the adoption of the title. Is there discussion on the title? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. And the ayes have, you adopted the title. Gentleman from St. Louis County.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This is a peer-to-peer auto insurance bill. It's been a long journey to get this thing to the floor. Let me explain. There are two parts to this bill. The first part is for peer-to-peer ride sharing or car rental sharing. And to explain that a little bit to you, it's kind of like a dating app or in a way. We have apps that will take a car owner and a person that wants to rent a car and marry them together so that they can rent their private vehicle. Now, what this bill does is sets up an insurance umbrella to make sure that all parties are protected, whether it be the driver of the car, the renter of the car, or the app. The way it works is that the driver of the car is responsible, but the car insurance would cover what it could cover, and anything it doesn't, the app would have to cover, so that no matter what the circumstance, there is always insurance on that vehicle. There is some heartburn in the industry as to whether or not these types of apps are actually car rental companies or not. So there was some controversy from the car rental industry that wanted some language in it that would kind of infer that they are a rental car company. The apps don't want to be a rental car company. So we negotiated out some clarifying language that they have both adopted now. So that part of it was very, very clear. The second part of the bill covers DoorDash and Walmart and all the delivery services where we have private individuals making deliveries for them. And the question there was, are they actually in service when they accept a job to deliver, or when they turn on the app, whether or not they've selected it or not? We've negotiated that at length over the last 3-4 weeks. We've come very close, but we never could come to a decision on it. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment ending in .05H. I move for its adoption. It has been distributed.
The gentleman from St. Louis County is moving for adoption of House Amendment 1. Gentleman from St. Louis County.
Yes, what this does is two things. It clears up a little bit of language on the uninsured. It just changes a word from uninsured to end uninsured, so that in this state we have uninsured motorists, so this just clarifies that. The second part takes out the entire section concerning the delivery services. This was an agreement between the delivery services and the insurance coalition. They've decided that they want to work on this over the summer and come up with something that they can both agree on. So I've agreed to take that entire section out of the bill. With that, I'll take any questions.
Discussion on House Amendment 1. Gentleman from St. Louis City, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the bill handler.
Does the gentleman from St. Louis County yield?
Absolutely.
You may proceed.
Thanks, gentlemen. When you were saying the first thing, the peer-to-peer car rental was like a dating app, I'm like, I don't think it's a good example. It's more like Airbnb for your car. That's really where we're going. And I don't know that a lot of people are familiar with that, but a growing trend in the industry, primarily with people much younger than us, saying, you know, my car sits there for a day or two or for 6 hours. I'm going to throw it out on a Turo app or something, and a perfect stranger is going to rent my car, and the keys are going to be waiting for him. I have done it one time. It's a crazy experience. The reason why I think, and this is where thanks for your work on the wording between the traditional car rental companies and the disruptor in this case, when you said they came together on the language, what did they agree on?
The clarification was, since you used the word Toro had a problem that the scope language that had been put in by the rental car companies, they thought that was in a way trying to define them as a rental car company. The rental car companies put that in there because they wanted to make sure that this bill wouldn't clarify that they're not a rental car company. They want to fight that out a different way, and they didn't want it to be in this bill. So I came up with language that said that nothing in this bill can be construed that they are or they are not a rental car company, and both sides agreed with that language.
Okay.
And
then
at that point, they were fine.
Then on the DoorDash part that you mentioned, that you're saying basically taking it out, they're going to keep working on it between the insurance industry and
basically the insurance industry wanted it to be insured from the minute they turned on the app until the minute they turned off the app. The DoorDash and people like that said, well, wait a minute, we're not really employing them just because the app's open. We're only employing them when they've accepted a job, and after they've finished the job, then I'd be done. I gave them a compromise, said, well, let's give them a time period after they finish the job, so they've completed their delivery. 30 minutes later, if they haven't accepted another job,
then they're off.
The insurance guys just wouldn't accept that. They wanted to be from app on to app off, and we never could come to an agreement. So we finally decided to let them fight it out over the summer. We'll talk about it again next year.
Okay, so it was 30 minutes before, 30 minutes after. So you did have a time frame. I thought that was a pretty good compromise.
I thought it was a great compromise, but they didn't. So
we'll let them work on that. Thanks for the inquiry and your work on this, Mr. Speaker, to speak briefly on this bill.
Proceed, sir.
So this bill's a little bit in the weeds, and if anybody just listens to this part, the reason why it's important, on the vast majority of all our constituents, they have a personal auto policy. Very few people truly have a commercial auto policy on their own vehicle. There are huge gaps of coverage that primarily younger people that do this aren't aware of. Exclusions in your personal auto policy that say if you're getting paid to deliver food and you don't have the right endorsement on your policy, you could have a huge gap in coverage. The situation about the underinsured motorist piece is huge. So I would just caution everybody, this bill, though it's a little boring and in the weeds, it's going to be critically important that people, primarily in my experience, younger constituents who are in this world of renting their cars and that sort of thing, very comfortable with the shared work experience, need to know that there's gaps, and the insurance industry is slowly adjusting to these disruptors, as we like to call them, for good. I'm not using it in a negative sense. So that's why I appreciate the work on the bill and look forward to the compromise during the summer. So thank you to the bill handler and you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on House Amendment 1. Seeing none, gentlemen, you're recognized to close.
I close.
The gentleman from St. Louis County has renewed his motion for the adoption of House Amendment 1. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have, you have adopted the amendment. Further discussion on House Committee Substitute for House Bills 974, 57, 1032, and 1141 as amended. Seeing none, gentleman from St. Louis County, you're recognized to close.
I close.
The gentleman from St. Louis County has renewed his motion for the adoption of the House Committee substitute for House Bills 974, 57, 1032, 1141 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You've adopted the House Committee substitute. Gentleman from St. Louis.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I close.
The gentleman from St. Louis County has renewed his motion for the perfection printing of House Committee substitute for House Bills 974, 57, 1032, and 1141 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You've ordered the bill perfected and printed. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying on that same order of business, I ask that you recognize the gentleman from St. Charles for a motion on House Bill 903.
Gentleman from St. Charles.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 903 be ordered, perfected, and printed.
The gentleman from St. Charles has moved for the perfection printing of House Bill 903. Gentleman from St. Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the title of House Bill 903 be agreed to.
The gentleman from St. Charles has moved for the adoption of the title. Is there discussion on the title? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And you've adopted the title. Gentleman from St. Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 903 is a common sense bill that will allow the timely reduction of the valuation of Missouri's personal property tax. Starting January 1st, 2026, the percentage of the true value in money in which tangible personal property is subject to assessment shall be reduced by 5 1/9 each year for a period of 3 years. The assessor shall annually assess personal property as of January 1st of each calendar year as such percentages. Calendar year 2026, 28 29%, calendar year 2027, 23 3/9%, and calendar year 2028, and all subsequent years at 18% of its true value of money, effectively cutting the valuation of Missouri's personal property tax in half over a 3-year period. Mr. Speaker, the tax on personal property is not only an inefficient tax, but a tax that most would consider to be double taxation on property. We do not pay sales tax when real property is sold or transferred, but pay taxes on that real property as it's assessed biannually basis and paid yearly. With personal property, we are taxed at the time of purchase, and then each year we decide to retain that property. We are assessed a yearly valuation of the value and then taxed at 33 1/3% of its true value in money of that possession. A friend of mine in the automotive industry recently shared to me that the typical vehicle is bought and sold 4 times over the lifetime of a vehicle, not including transfers from dealer to customer, but from one tax-paying entity to another. This means the vehicle will be taxed by sales tax each time that sale occurs, 4 times over the life of that vehicle, and typically by a dealership which will pull the premium price and taxation. Not to mention that personal property tax is paid on that vehicle at each and every point during that vehicle's journey. Now let's move on to other forms of personal property business. First, let's talk about the verbiage of personal property and then apply that to a business. It's an oxymoron in itself. Businesses are required to self-report personal property to the prospective county assessor. Shelving, vehicles, forklifts, tools, grain, livestock, farm machinery, poultry, and anything the business has that is not real property should be reported for taxation. Now, the personal property tax drives away one of the largest vehicle rental agencies in the world is right here in the state of Missouri. How many vehicles do you see driving around from a rental car agency that has Missouri plates on it? Very few, I would say. The personal property tax keeps companies from purchasing and maintaining business assets in the state of Missouri. We miss out on sales tax and yearly registration fees of the vehicles in this state, but are registered out of state. Aircraft is another area of concern. We have several small regional airports in this state. One small regional airport close to my district houses hundreds of aircraft that are company assets, but purchased, sales tax paid, and registered in other states to avoid the personal property taxes. Mr. Speaker and fellow members, on December 19, 2023, I sent out a letter to each of our 114 county assessors and collectors in which I asked 2 simple questions. For the calendar years of 2021, 22, and 23, how much money did your office expend in the estimating, assessing, and collecting of personal property tax? And number two, for those same tax years, what did your office collect in personal property tax? I received only 7 replies, of which none of them provided the information requested, but had asked for additional time since it was the tax season. So again, at the end of last year's session on May 29th, 2024, I made another request, and this time under the Missouri Sunshine Law, I submitted a formal request for information regarding personal property tax assessment and collection, again for the tax years 2020, 21, 22, and 23, so there were 4 years this time. The official request was detailed as such. Question number 1 was the total amount of funds expended by your county for the assessment and collection of personal property tax during the specified years. This information should represent the collective expenses incurred for these purposes. Number 2, the total amount of personal property tax revenue collected by your county for the years listed above, and we are seeking an overview of the funds collected without the need for itemization. And then number 3, and this is an important one I think you all should pay attention to, the total amount of revenue derived from late fees and fines collected by your county for that same period. This includes any additional revenue generated as a result of late payment or fines associated with personal property tax collection. Mr. Speaker, I did not receive one reply on a sunshine request to 114 counties, both the assessor's office and the collector's office. Not one reply. So I encourage you as representatives to reach out to your assessor and your collector and find out why they did not feel the need to respond. And I'll tell you, I didn't push this matter because it eventually will bleed down to the people of the state of Missouri having to pay those fees and those fines and the attorney's fees to defend what they did or did not do. Each and every assessor and collector that received my communications has disrespected this body by not replying. I was never reached out to by any collector or assessor. I have not pressed this issue again because the taxpayer will be the ultimate victim here. In 2020, I attended a meeting where over 200 people in my county attended, and these people were schools, school administration, city administration, and other taxing communities. During that meeting, I inquired of my county assessor if I could get an approximate amount of how much it would cost for his office to facilitate the processing of personal property tax for my county. After a long hesitation, he gave the estimate of over $1 million per year to assess personal property tax in my county. But he could not be exact, so he would have to get back to me with that amount, to which he never did. The collector was not even available at that time, but it was estimated a similar amount to collect the tax per year. Just for the body's edification, I never did receive the actual amounts, so the numbers I'm telling you today were from that meeting. Finally, Mr. Speaker, if we have 10 buckets of taxes used for funding government, each bucket has an administration fee that government sticks its greedy hand into and pulls out a percentage to fund the implementation and execution in order to collect its taxes from its citizens. I am suggesting that we eliminate one of the most inefficient and unjust taxes that we have on the books. As we have heard earlier in this session, personal property tax collected for a whole year owning a vehicle, and at times due to unforeseen accident, devastation, or a vehicle loss of any kind, no refunds are given. Over the last few years, we have seen an abuse of the Missouri people due to a windfall of a shortage of vehicles. Our county governments could have chose the high road and not accepted the higher valuations, but you guessed it, the majority did not. Mr. Speaker, if I walked this state today and I asked every person in this state if we had to do away with one tax, what would that tax be? I would venture to say that a conservative estimate of 7 out of 10 every Missourians would say that that would be the personal property tax. With that, Mr. Speaker, I close.
Discussion on House Bill 903. Gentleman from Jackson.
To inquire the bill sponsor.
Does the gentleman from St. Charles yield?
I most certainly do.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlemen. First of all, it's unfortunate that you didn't get responses to your questions. I think,
Honest sunshine request at that.
Yeah. No, I think that's wrong. But I don't want, I don't want the body to take that out on, I want the body to focus on your bill, which makes sense. So I want to go into that further. So the fiscal note on your bill was, at least I read, $909 million impact to our local communities, to our taxing districts such as schools, police and fire, ambulance districts. There isn't anything, there have been other tax proposals where they try to make up that difference or let local areas make up that difference. But this bill doesn't, right?
No, it does not.
Okay. Do you have thoughts on how the local groups, how the schools should deal with that $909 million that they, wouldn't get?
Well, I find it amazing that we consider a fiscal note not collecting taxes like it's costing the government money. That's absurd to me. But I will say that I am not saying these taxing communities cannot go out and find other places to receive their taxes from. I'm just saying the way we are collecting this tax is inefficient, and it's unjust to the Missouri people. It's bad timing when we pay it. We're already paying a tax on something we already own. And I have invited many of the taxing communities to come and have a discussion with me on how we can move those taxes off to other areas. And, my take on this is when you start putting all these taxes in one bucket, then you start seeing the amount of taxes that we truly pay. And maybe the people will be a little bit choosier on how they choose to raise their taxes.
Is it possible that they just don't have a good answer for you, that they just don't have a good way that they think they can, be able to support those services, to be able to support their schools if they don't have this component of it?
Well, one of the reasons that it's structured in this way is to progressively decrease this tax, or I guess progressive isn't the word, but just to decrease this tax solely so that they can find other funding mechanisms. I have reached out to all of these taxing communities and said, let's have a discussion. I guarantee if you put this on the ballot today as an initiative, I think it would pass by 70% in the state to remove our personal property tax. And I've said to them many times, if that were to happen, you guys will be swimming in a fear or in a pit that you're not going to know what to do. I've asked that we come up with solutions, better solutions. We could put these taxes in other places, and they're welcome to do so. This isn't stopping them from doing that. But honestly, it's not my responsibility to figure out how they should tax their people.
Yeah, well, but all the people in these districts, they voted for these taxes, right?
Yes, sir. But I don't think a lot of them really understood they voted to put them on a personal property tax.
Well, I mean, they went there, they checked the box, they voted to have those, to support their schools. They voted to support the blind pension fund. They voted to support the libraries and the services for intellectual and developmental disabilities. So I don't fully, and I have issues. You've heard me talk about the issues with regard on the real property and stuff like that, because we have seen situations where those can just skyrocket without any change. In the personal property, that seems to be less of an issue. Now, I agree that the people don't like, let's face it, people don't like taxes, period. They would prefer to have all their services for free. But that isn't a particularly, likely scenario. I appreciate the inquiry, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And Mr. Speaker, to finish speaking on the bill.
Proceed.
Thank you. I appreciate that we're looking for ways to make it easier for our constituents and for our citizens. But the reality is, if we pass this bill, in 3 years, the amount of money from personal property tax going to our schools, going to our fire districts, ambulance districts, public service, will be just about cut in half. And I think that's something that we ought to talk to those folks and find out how would they possibly address that, and how would they possibly deal with that? And I think that's risky, and I think the body should think really hard about that, and very honestly should vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Taney, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the bill sponsor.
Does the gentleman from St. Charles yield to the gentleman from Taney?
I superly do.
You may proceed.
Outstanding. How are you this morning, gentlemen?
I'm wonderful.
Good. I appreciate the bill. I appreciate the spirit of the bill. I've seen one thing in there where it talks about being taxed at a percentage of true value. Isn't that how we should be taxed? If we're being taxed on anything, whether it be our house, our vehicles, or just a local ordinance tax or something, it should be based on the true value of that object. Would you agree?
I agree, sir.
Do you also agree that the minute you buy a new car, which I haven't done in 12 years because they're too expensive, they begin to depreciate the minute you drive them off the lot?
I would venture to say the minute you sign your name on that line, it starts depreciating. You don't even have to drive it off the lot.
I would
try to
totally
sell it back
agree.
to the dealer for what you paid for it. He'd say, no way.
Yeah, I would totally agree. So you're talking about reducing each year the tax on the vehicle by 5 1/9%.
So actually, I'm talking about the assessed value. I'm dropping
the assessed value
Yes,
of the vehicle. Okay. So again, with that idea that the vehicle is depreciating, the assessed value should depreciate correspondingly so that you would be paying less tax on the vehicle each year as it begins to depreciate.
Instead of more like we did a couple years ago, right?
This is a common sense piece of legislation. Again, I try not to get up unless it's a bipartisan issue. This is going to save people money if they own a vehicle. There's always the boogeyman. If we reduce someone's assessment, if we reduce someone's tax, that we're going to lose programs. We're not going to be able to fill our potholes, drive down the streets. We're not going to have police and fire. But you're talking about the true value of an object, and we would be taxed based on the depreciation of that object after you purchase it. It's a common sense bipartisan bill. It's going to save everybody money, and the government will still exist after we save the individual's money. Thank you for the inquiry. I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. This bill is an outstanding bill. It's a simple way to do what we always talk about in our campaigns, which is put disposable income into the pocket of the individual voter. Thank you.
Further discussion, gentleman from St. Charles.
To inquire the bill sponsor.
Does the gentleman from St. Charles yield to the gentleman from St. Charles?
I do, Mr. Speaker.
You may proceed.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I really appreciate you bringing this bill forward. I've got a similar bill where I've had so many conversations about this revenue. And you're right in your statement that if we put this on the ballot, if we let the voters decide, at least 75-80% will vote to remove this tax immediately. This is the number one tax that our constituents have reached out to me about.
Absolutely.
And when you think about the vote of the people, they wanted this tax. They vote to increase the levies, et cetera. You hear it all the time. However, when you look historically on when most of those levies were established and increased, prices of homes were about 40% of what they are right now. Cost of vehicles were about 25% of what they are right now. And if we reduce this to 18%, all right, that's going to be 18% of a vehicle cost that is going to be much higher than what it is. The vehicles are just constantly going up in value. The tax levies that we put on are just exponentially punishing our constituents just for owning a vehicle. And I know in my county, I have no public transportation. If you want to be a productive citizen and go to work, you must own a vehicle. Maybe 3-4 places can find reliable public transportation in this entire state. And we're punishing the people by doing that. And you know what? I hate to bring this up, But one of the oppositions to the legislation that I pushed had to do with retirement plans. You know that thing we got to send out by March 1st, and I hope everybody in the body remembered to send their declaration in prior to March 1st.
Or get charged $120?
That's right. Do you know where that money goes in almost every county?
I don't know where.
Employee retirement plans.
Really?
The counties have made it very clear they do not want our property tax bills affordable because they're afraid people might pay them on time if they could afford them, because that cuts into the retirement plans.
I'm glad you brought this up because I don't think people really understand the depth of the fees and fines paid on these taxes. On personal property tax in my county, it was told to me that the staff in my county assessor and collector's office is paid 100% by the late fees and fines on personal property tax. Right. Think about that for a minute, folks. They're taxing us with late fees and fines. And then they're paying. What are they doing with the money they're supposed to be collecting for that purpose? So, yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
Absolutely. And, you know, and I get every political subdivision's different in the amount of weight the personal property tax comes in. But, you know, let me focus on my own school district, all right, who just a few years ago surpassed $200 million on a budget for the year. And I was shocked that they were going through $200 million just a few years ago. And do you know what do you know what their budget is this year?
What is it?
$346 million, of which $200,000 is coming directly from property taxes. I mean, that's how quickly a lot of our populated districts are growing property tax. All right. Now, in my school district, personal property tax represents 9% of their property tax receipts. So if we're cutting that down by 40%, which is about what the bill does, that represents 4% total of their entire budget. Now, that 4% is going to be made up in real property tax increases from the natural, increases of our real property. Well, our political subdivisions are not going to lose money in this bill in a dollar-to-dollar, year-after-year basis, as long as they're growing. You know, there are certain political subdivisions that are in areas that aren't growing, but most are, especially if they're run correctly. So, again, I appreciate you bringing out this bill. Our constituents need this.
They're asking
being
for it.
punished. We've got to pass this bill. Thank you very much for the inquiry.
Thank you.
Look forward to supporting you.
Further discussion. Gentleman from St. Louis, District 162.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire, the gentleman from the West District.
Does the gentleman from St. Charles yield?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You were a police officer, correct?
I was.
Okay. And so that's why I'm concerned about this and confused why you would bring something like this forward, because this does defund the police department.
You told me to correct you if you're wrong. I'm going to correct you because you are wrong.
Okay, and explain to me how that is.
Because your police officers are paid for not out of a taxing district. They're paid for out of the city funds. So does your city collect personal property tax for the city of St. Louis?
Well, I live in St. Louis.
Sorry.
I live in St. Louis County.
Okay. So typically, personal property tax does not fund police departments. It funds fire departments.
I think you just said typically, but I just looked it up, and there was a debate over in the Senate side that said that property taxes do fund police departments.
Property taxes or personal property taxes?
Personal property taxes.
Okay, then I stand corrected if that's true.
That's what I just read. And so you're talking about your colleagues and the safety of your colleagues and the pay of your colleagues and the equipment that your colleagues can use as police officers, and I don't think we should defund the police. And you talk about we can, find these taxes someplace else, and I want to go through a few taxes, and I just want to know which ones you agree with. Real estate tax. Do you want to keep that one or get rid of it?
I'm okay with keeping it.
You're okay with that one? Okay. Sales tax.
I'm okay with that.
You're okay with that one? Income tax.
Not so hot on that.
Okay, so you want to get rid of income tax?
I want to get rid of income tax.
Okay, corporate income tax.
Get rid of corporate income tax.
Want to get rid of that one too? Okay, capital gains tax.
Get rid of that too.
Okay, get rid of that too. And then how are we going to pay for all of these services if we're getting rid of all of these taxes? And that is a very big problem in this state. We don't want to end up being like Kansas because it's very hard to go back. Thank you for the inquiry. Mr. Speaker, I'm against this bill.
Further discussion, gentleman from St. Louis, District 159.
To inquire the sponsor.
Does the gentleman from St. Charles yield?
I do.
You may proceed.
So I appreciate the concern about the efficiency of the tax collection. I agree it's somewhat less efficient than other ways of collecting revenue. I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Your bill, though, it doesn't eliminate personal property tax, does it?
No.
Okay. And so the first thing that struck me is whether my personal property tax bill is $200 or this bill passes and it becomes $100, how does that deal with the problem that you raised to us of efficiency of the system? The system still has to exist. It's just the letter I get has half as much.
So when this bill passes, next year I'll pass a bill that says on the fourth year we'll just eliminate it altogether.
Okay. And so your overall plan is to eliminate personal property taxes in their entirety?
Absolutely.
Okay. And we've already voted to eliminate capital gains taxes in this body this year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And not to rehash the prior gentleman's inquiry, but you mentioned that there's a few taxes you'd still be on board with.
We
you
have to fund
recognize those
government.
taxes would have to go up, right?
We have to fund government. And if we were to move those taxes to the other taxes, they would have to go up, of course.
Okay. And so if this bill passes and if your master plan of eliminating these taxes passes, real estate taxes you recognize would have to go up, right?
I just said yes. I realize that it would probably have to go up.
Okay. And again, these taxes, these personal property taxes, these are voted on by the voters in each community, right?
They are, but I don't know that they're always specified on where they're going to be attached,
Sure.
at least in the bill of the text of the bill.
And these are the voters. I mean, these voters were smart enough to put you into office, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And there were voters who were approximately as smart who put me into office as well.
Sir.
And so I think that we should ignore the voters at our own peril in situations like this.
So, again, I'm not advocating for the elimination. I'm just advocating for the elimination of the personal property tax, the way we're collecting it. So there's a difference there. I'm not, of course, I think government spends too much money, and I think we should do away with a lot of things. But I think if you push all these into one bucket or two buckets, people all of a sudden start to realize, yes, we're spending a little bit too much money, let's draw back. And that is my way to for the Missouri people to actually see what's going on. Right now, when we spread that over 10, 20 buckets, a little here, a little there, and this tax is, as I said, very inefficient, and it's even though you have to pay it to collect to get the licensing for your vehicle. What happens to the people that pick up and move out of state or change counties or the shell game that's played with that? It's a very inefficient tax to collect. And what I'm saying is, if those taxing communities need to tax, they can find somewhere else to hang that tax. There's other places out there.
And like I said, I agree with you in terms of the efficiency. This bill, however, Mr. Speaker, to speak against the bill.
Proceed.
This bill doesn't address the inefficiency. This bill simply reduces the number that comes in on the tax. It does not deal with any of the stated problems. The sponsor just admitted that his plan is to actually have a future bill that eliminates it. If this was a bill where we're debating eliminating it, that would be perhaps a different story. This one doesn't do anything to do with the efficiency that he brought it here. Instead, it's just defunding the police, it's defunding our roads, it's defunding our schools, and it's overturning the will of the voters in each one of our districts who have voted to have these taxes so that they can fund the services that they think should be funded through the government. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Bill 903. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the bill sponsor.
Does the gentleman from St. Charles yield?
I do, Mr. Speaker.
You may proceed.
It's still morning. Good morning, gentlemen.
It is.
So I want to be clear. This bill deals with the assessment of the personal property, not the taxes paid.
Correct.
And property taxation, both real and personal, is determined based on a two-hinged metric, in that there's the assessed value process. How do we reach an assessment of the value of the property? And then there is a rate at which that valuation is taxed.
Correct.
And the voters have control over the rate.
It's true.
And no control over the assessed value.
Other than it being in statute, no.
Yeah, but I mean, once the assessor comes to your house,
yeah,
you don't get to argue. I mean, you can go through the process of saying this is crazy, but voters don't have a say on the assessment of personal property, just on the rate that's paid.
Correct.
And if we lowered the assessed value, and we saw property taxes being insufficient to the purpose of local governmental entities, and the citizens wanted to have those values brought back up in a tax base, they can simply vote for an increase of levy.
That's true.
And any local government that's capable of having the voters be educated and shown that they need to have an increased levy, and they go to the voters always, always, always have that option.
Correct.
And the reduction of assessment does nothing to stop government from being able to collect the funds necessary for the proper role thereof.
That's true.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, to speak in favor of the bill.
You may proceed.
Before we all get the vapors about cutting the assessment process, I think we need to recognize this particular equation has those two variables I discussed. There is the assessed value and there is the taxation value on the assessment. Voters have no say-so as a general rule on the assessed value. They have total control on the taxation amount of the assessed value. So this isn't taking anything away from local governments. Furthermore, the idea that this is somehow a defund the police effort, oh, for crying out loud. First of all, the local governments are in control of how it is that they divvy up the funds that are not designated specifically by the voters to go to a specific item. And they can use those revenue dollars to support the police as those local control measures see fit. Furthermore, personal property taxes don't go to the cities anyway. It's real property taxes that the cities rely on. And personal property taxes are exclusively brought about based on the property that citizens have paid for, and we charge them a tax. It's rent. And if you don't pay for your stuff over and over and over again every year, we'll come take it away from you. It is outrageous. This is one of the worst taxation bases that the United States of America has ever allowed to be perpetuated. We fought a revolution over this very premise 200 plus years ago, and it is absolutely insane that we're going to equate the not even the doing away of it yet, although I'm on board, Representative. Not even that, but we're just reducing the assessed value, the part that the citizens have no control over. And to equate that with defunding the police, it's intellectual dishonesty. And we ought not tolerate such in this chamber. We are better than that. Mr. Speaker, I endorse this bill fully. I encourage everybody to vote for it. Our people back home are drowning in governmental overreach. It's time to throw them a lifeline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Lady from Boone.
Thank you. To speak in opposition of this bill?
Proceed.
So the representative we just heard from talked about the fact that there are two things that are balancing this, and that our communities could go back and change the rate to fix this. However, there will be a reduction in revenue. And I don't think our counties need to be fixing what we might be messing up here in the Capitol. Sure, you ask people, do they want to pay personal property tax? A lot of people are going to say no. But they send us down here to look at the big picture. My biggest problem with this bill is not so much whether we agree personal property tax is a good way to tax. It's the fact that we are not offsetting it with how are we going to provide those services. We want to repeal something, but we're not talking about how we're going to replace it in order to fill in the gaps that the loss of money is going to incur. I think it's very unfortunate that the bill sponsor did not get the data that they requested. I know that in my community, this reduction would lower tax revenue for my community from personal property tax by $25,512,127. That is a significant number, $25 million from my county. And we talk in here about not pricing people out of their homes with taxes. And yet this has the implication to do that. Because as was stated, it's very likely counties will shift from personal property tax to real property tax. If we're going to lower property taxes, we have to include in the discussion how we replace that revenue. Smaller rural communities could actually suffer the most because they lack other ways to raise that revenue, such as sales tax. So the losses will impact our schools, our fire, ambulance, libraries, hospital districts. And in some of our smaller communities, it could lead to shutdowns of services. I urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Bill 903. Seeing none, gentleman from St. Charles, you're recognized to close on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
The gentleman from St. Charles has renewed his motion for the perfection and printing of House Bill 903. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes clearly have you perfected and printed House Bill 903. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next order of business will be House Bills for Perfection, and I ask that you recognize the lady from Green for motion on House Bill 618.
Lady from Green, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 618 be ordered perfected and printed.
The lady from Green has moved for the perfection and printing of House Bill 618. Lady from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the title for House Bill 618 be agreed to.
The lady from Green has moved for the adoption of the title. Is there discussion on the title? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have you adopted the title. Lady from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill talks about prior authorizations. I have had many conversations with members and colleagues about this policy. And while the policy required may feel complex, the majority of my colleagues understand one simple truth. Insurance companies and their prior authorization standards are getting in the way of health care for everyday Missourians. Prior authorization is a term used to describe the process for requiring health care providers to request approval before providing a health care service. And, I could go through all the components of prior authorization and all the pieces that are required, but ultimately the process requires time, and it includes delays for patients. We have data from different sources that says that healthcare providers, that physicians are spending sometimes 14 hours of their week doing prior authorization tasks. And that's time that they could be spending with patients. That's time that they could be providing care to Missourians. So this bill presents a small step in the right direction for changing this process. It would allow healthcare providers that have achieved 90% prior authorization approval for healthcare services during a specific time frame to no longer be required to submit for prior auth for the next 6 months. Ongoing evaluation of prior authorization status would occur to determine continued qualification for that exemption. Subsection 1 lays this out for individual healthcare provider or individual healthcare services, while subsection 2 lays this out for a healthcare provider. When we review challenges in our healthcare system that impact cost, access, and quality, each decision we make will in turn change the motivating factors of the individuals and the organizations involved. The current processes for prior authorization give power and authority to insurance companies, while providers are struggling to ensure that they're providing the best services and outcomes for their patients. The motivators involved for both sides are not positive. Health insurance companies are motivated to deny as much as possible, require more justification than is sometimes necessary. And healthcare providers are motivated to attempt prior auth outside of typical best practice in an attempt to try and get some level of care for their patients. It's my belief that this bill would benefit providers and insurance companies both in the long run. When providers know that their prior auth status is based on a 90% approval rating, they'll be less likely to test the waters and see what they can get approved. There'll be streamlining of what services are provided, and the motivating factors mentioned previously will be neutralized. Ultimately, what will win out is the best interest of patients, and every Missourian will be positively impacted. With that, Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment ending in .07H, and I move for its adoption.
The lady from Green has moved to adoption of House Amendment 1. Lady from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment includes some requests from the insurance companies regarding changes. I worked diligently with all sides on this issue, and I feel like we've created some changes that will address a few of those concerns. It includes a delayed start date to give time for the insurance companies to put processes in place for the necessary implementation of these changes. It has a subsection that includes for hospitals that they could qualify based on participating in a value-based agreement, a star rating of 3 stars or higher on the CMS 5-star quality rating system, or a little bit higher threshold at 91%. It does exclude our critical access hospitals to make sure that they can continue to operate and just under the other subsections as listed. It has some exemptions from this, what we call gold carding, or that 90% prior auth exemption. Pharmacy services over $100,000, imaging services over $100,000, cosmetic procedures that are not medically necessary, and experimental treatments. And those dollar amounts are tied back to CPI, so that can adjust over time. It does expand to ensure that denials are not based on if a plan just doesn't cover a service and a provider requests an authorization, just isn't covered by that plan, that doesn't go against the provider. Indicates that the health carrier can utilize either the National Provider Identification Number or tax ID to make their determination, with some consideration for the provider requesting a change potentially. And it gives clear authority to the health carrier so that they can do internal auditing to review the status for those providers that qualify. If fraud and abuse is occurring, their exemption would be null and void. There's information about utilization of online portals. And it indicates that no adverse determination can be finalized for any of these subsections unless there's a review by a clinical peer. That kind of points back to some of our already some theses that are already in statute regarding prior authorizations to make sure that a physician or a similar credentialed professional would be reviewing those. And then the last thing it does is it gives a 90-day grace period for prior authorizations on medications if the patient has a change in their plan. So an example of that would be if you have an employer-based health care plan that you've chosen with your employer, January 1, that employer chooses a different health carrier, and you've got prior authorization under the prior health plan, that gives a 90-day grace period for you to be able to maintain your medications and attempt to get that prior authorization with the new plan. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd take any questions.
Discussion on House Amendment 1. Lady from St. Louis.
To inquire the bill sponsor.
Does lady from Green yield?
I do.
Do you have a clear path?
We have a little microphone in the way, but maybe someone will
We
move
could clear that, please,
Yes.
and you may proceed.
Good morning, lady.
Good morning.
It is morning still, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, first of all, I want to thank you for the amendment, and I want to thank you for all of the hard work that you've put into this.
Thank you.
Anyway, someone gavel these people. Anyway,
Gentleman from Pulaski, please do not cross the line of debate.
Anyway, I lost my train of thought. I think what the amendment and the underlying bill, what it does, from what my understanding, it actually gives patients better health care.
Absolutely.
And it gets them to get an MRI faster, to maybe prevent something that's horrible is going to happen. It may get someone into any other a special type of care that they need much faster. And I'm glad that you were able to work with the insurance companies to make it less painful for them, that you sure did a heck of a job on making it good for patients and providers. And I believe this passed out of the insurance committee. I think it was all positive except for one.
That's correct.
All yeses except for one. So anyway, thank you. I encourage my everyone in this room to vote yes on the amendment and on the underlying bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion on House Amendment 1. Lady from Jasper.
To speak on to inquire the bill handler.
Does lady from Green yield?
I do.
You may proceed.
So you've been doing this for a while, and so you've had opportunities probably to speak to physicians. And
absolutely.
We know that there's a real crisis. We need some physicians. We need family practice doctors. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
And burnout is a real problem with our doctors.
It is. Our doctors, our nurses, every healthcare professional.
So this is just one more layer that kind of takes something off their plate that says you don't have to jump through a bunch of hoops. You can actually take care of your patients.
Yeah.
And so I'm really supportive of this. I want to make sure that our healthcare providers can do what we've sent them to do. They go to med school. They want to take care of the patients, and they really don't want to have these additional layers that just really. So I appreciate you bringing this bill forward, and I'm going to be really supportive of it.
Thank you so much.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Audrain.
Commission speak on the amendment and the bill.
Proceed, sir.
This bill we heard last year in healthcare reform. Part of the questioning that arose in that, and I asked the question of the insurance people who testified. I said, so if a doctor sends something to you and you decide to deny it, are you practicing medicine? I said, if you are, then I should be able to sue you for malpractice. It was interesting. We did not get an answer for that. And in reality, they are changing our medical procedures. They're changing the rate we get them. Anybody who has doctors in their family, calling them on weekends or after hours, and the amount of time they're spending on bookkeeping, particularly on prior approvals, is ridiculous. And I think one of the things we're seeing is burnout, as our representative from South Missouri said, is real. It's causing real problems, particularly in our rural communities. And this is a good bill. The representative from Springfield has really worked extremely hard on this bill. It's well organized. We need it. Vote for this amendment and the bill. It's very important. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Amendment 1. Gentleman from St. Louis County.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, to inquire from the bill handler.
Does the lady from Green yield?
I do.
You may proceed.
Actually, I don't want to talk about the bill so much. I think the bill itself is absolutely what we need. We all know what that. I think we're going to vote for it overwhelmingly. What I want to do is thank you. The amount of work you put into this bill and the passion that you put into this bill. We heard it in insurance, and you've worked with both sides. You've come up with compromises. You've done everything you can possibly do to make this a better bill. And I just personally want to thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, speak on the bill.
You may proceed.
This bill is needed. It's one that we all know we need. I think we're going to get a unanimous vote on it, and I'd appreciate everybody voting for it. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Amendment 1. Gentleman from Christian.
To speak on the bill, sir.
Proceed.
Thank you. As much as my mama will disagree with me, I am not unique as much as some people think. But back in 2010, this affected my medical life. The Lord gave me a double blessing of asthma. And I got my first ambulance ride, and I got in and out of the hospital, it seemed like every other month. And I was in there for a couple of days at a time because something hit me. And it took the doctors about a year to finally realize what it was that was afflicting me. And come to find out, I have a IgE level issue. And since they knew what it was, then they diagnosed, or then they gave me a prescription of a medication that would basically keep me out of the hospital every other month. This medicine has worked great for me, and it has kept me out of the hospital. However, every year I have to go through a pre-authorization. And there are times where I am off the medicine for a couple of months because that pre-authorization is such a headache. And it is, it's a pain because there are times when I'm off the medication for a couple of months that I have issues with breathing again. And again, I'm not unique. This is what people go through. And it's even more detrimental with some other medications they have to wait for. So this is a very much needed bill. When I first heard this being filed a couple of years ago, I was fast-tracked straight to co-sponsor this. This is a great bill, and I do encourage the body to vote for this. This is necessary. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Bill 1. Lady from Phelps.
To speak on the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we've talked a lot in this chamber today about red tape in government. And prior authorization is literally red tape in healthcare. So when we're sick and when we are trying to find out what's wrong with us to try to get treatment, we should not be waiting on insurance companies to make those decisions for us. So we've recently heard a story about a person under anesthesia that the insurance company would only pay so much, and they were actually like under the anesthesia and had to get authorization to get more. I mean, what kind of absurdity is that? So let's do away with barriers that are hindering our healthy outcomes for our Missourians, and let's pass House Bill 618. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Amendment 1. Seeing none, lady, you're recognized to close.
I renew my motion.
The lady from Green has renewed her motion for the adoption of House Amendment 1. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And now it's clear to have you have adopted the motion. Now discussion on House Bill 618 as amended. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the bill sponsor.
Does the lady from Green yield to the gentleman from Green?
I do.
Hello.
You
how
may
are
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How are you today?
Doing very well, thank you.
Good. Thank you for bringing this bill forward. I know that you've worked in healthcare for a few years. I worked before I got here as well. Just for the edification of the body, I was wondering if you might be able to walk us through what a prior authorization process sometimes looks like for these physicians or their nurses.
Sure, absolutely. So a prior authorization can be done via an online portal or sometimes faxing information in that authorization. There are standards in our statute for how long the response time has to be for that. But once that potential denial comes in, then the next step often is an appeal process. That appeal process can take some time to put together and to submit the information. Again, can be done in multiple different formats. If that is denied, then a peer-to-peer review may be completed, which I mentioned earlier, kind of that process of having a clinical peer. It should be a similar professional credentialed in the same type of profession that is providing the service. And if that's denied, then there are some instances of opportunities to report to the Department of Insurance and further go along with that issue. But you can see multiple steps, a lot of time with each of those steps for that provider, for the staff in the provider's office.
Right. And every step of that delays the care further for the patient.
Absolutely. And if it doesn't delay the care, it places the risk on our providers who are already trying to, make ends meet in their clinics and trying to provide care. Personally, myself, I had a story. I provided some care to an individual with a hearing loss, and they were denying, saying that hearing loss wasn't congenital. Funny thing is, there's not a diagnosis code for congenital hearing loss, and so there was no way for me to indicate that readily, and then going through the appeals, trying to provide letters from the neonatologist and get that from the hospital and get that information from the ENT, and it was just a fight all along the way. I, as the provider, chose to go ahead and provide care uncompensated until I won that battle, but It was months of a battle that we provided care.
Yeah, and I can remember back when I was in the family medicine clinic, we had patients that were being denied, for things as easy as an infection or a steroid to get rid of an inflammation. And these people are going 48, 72 hours, sometimes a week, 2 weeks, without being able to get something that you would think is a very basic medication. But because the insurance has said that it's not, we're continuing to wait and wait and wait and wait. And we talk a lot about how much we want more time with our physician. We go and see our doctor hopefully one time a year if we're healthy. And it seems like we're in and out. The doctor doesn't have time to talk to us. And I think that this is one of the prime reasons that has caused doctors to feel like they are such stretched thin for time, is because they're doing so many other things to please our insurance companies. So thank you so much for bringing this bill forward. It's absolutely going to help our constituents and the people of Missouri.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, to speak on the bill.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said there, I worked in family medicine and saw this several times whenever I was in that clinic, as well as in the OBGYN clinic. This is something that's delays care for our patients simply out of the idea that insurance wants to continue to collect money and fill their pockets. It's at the harm of our constituents, and we should do everything we can to ensure that they have the health and safety that they need. And so I would ask that the body approve this unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Boone, for what purpose do you rise?
To inquire of the bill sponsor.
Does the lady from Green yield to the gentleman from Boone?
I do.
Proceed.
Good morning, lady.
Good morning.
Thank you. You've been thanked a million times. Let this be 1,000,001. Thank you for bringing this bill forward. In your time caring for patients, you were not only in the exam room, but you were on the phone. Where were you doing your best patient care? In the exam room or on the phone?
Certainly always in the exam room with the patient.
And when you're on the phone, the people that you talk to, were they ever in the same patient room as you? Did they ever lay eyes on the patient?
No, they did not.
And the people that you talked to on the phone that had never laid eyes on the patient, did they have the same kind of training that you did in caring for the patients that you cared for?
I would say that'd be a hard stretch. Many of us have specialties within our said profession, and so while it may be a similarly credentialed professional, it may not be someone with the same level of specialty training that we have.
So to get this straight, you're calling somebody on the phone that hasn't been in the same room as the patient, hasn't examined the patient, and probably does not have the same sort of training as you do, and they are deciding whether or not you can provide care to the patient?
That's correct.
Thank you for that. Mr. Speaker, to speak on the bill.
You may proceed.
We have a crisis in Missouri and in this country with individuals seeking care from competent, trained clinical professionals. And the way to actually get that care from a clinician is to being in the same room as the clinician, actually having somebody lay hands or lay eyes on somebody, providing that care to the individual. This is actually prior authorization, which is in-time auditing, actually takes time away from a clinician providing the exact care that is needed for a patient who is either sick or injured, and actually reduces the kind of positive outcomes that we need to see in our population. I urge the whole body to vote yes on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on House Bill 618 as amended. Seeing none. Lady from Green, you're recognized to close.
I renew my motion.
The lady from Green has renewed her motion for the perfection printing of House Bill 618 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And now, clearly have it. You've perfected and printed House Bill 618 as amended.
Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next order of business will be House Bills for Perfection, and I ask you to recognize the gentleman from Pulaski for a motion on House Committee Substitute for House Bill 1259.
Gentleman from Pulaski, what purpose do you raise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 1259 be perfected and printed.
The gentleman from Pulaski has moved for the perfection and printing of House Bill 1259. Gentleman from Pulaski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Committee Substitute for House Bill 1259 be adopted.
Gentleman from Pulaski's moved for the adoption of House Committee Substitute to House Bill 1259. Gentleman from Pulaski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the title of House Committee Substitute for House Bill 1259 be agreed to, and I have a titling amendment ending in 10H. It's been distributed. I move for its adoption. It changes the title from Taxation of Estates and Trusts to Civil Jurisprudence.
Discussion on the titling amendment. Seeing none, gentleman from Pulaski.
I remove my motion.
All those in favor of House Amendment 1 signify by saying aye. Opposed, say no. And the ayes have it. You've approved the titling amendment. Gentleman from Pulaski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1259 is a trust taxation bill. In 2007, Missouri changed the law so that trusts that were formed outside the state only paid taxes in that state and then on income earned in Missouri. But that left a disparity in that trusts that were formed in the state of Missouri paid taxes in Missouri and on their income earned in other states outside the state of Missouri. So what we're doing is we're trying to seek to make the law so there's not a disfavorable tax incentive for forming the trust in Missouri. So if you form a trust in Missouri, it'll pay taxes on the income derived in Missouri, and then it has a deduction for income earned outside the state, which is the same as what other states do if their trust is formed outside the state and they have income in various states. So we just think it's fair. We want people not to be advised to move their trust outside of Missouri. Just have their trust formed in the state of Missouri, and they'll pay income on taxes derived in our state. And with that, I'll yield for any questions.
Discussion on House Bill 1259. Gentleman from the other part of Pulaski.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's the larger part of Pulaski, I might add. Yes, I have an amendment ending .02H, and I move for its adoption.
The gentleman from Pulaski has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 2. Gentleman from Pulaski.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment is a combination of a few bills, as many of these amendments are. The first one being an amendment on trust that requires that a piece of real property placed into a trust requires that a title search be performed on that prior to creating the trust.
Discussion on House Amendment.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I apologize. The other part of this is the appointment of a circuit judge in the 25th Judicial District and an associate circuit judge in the 26th Judicial District. With that, I'll take any questions.
Discussion on House Amendment 2. Gentleman from St. Louis City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the amendment maker.
Absolutely. Does the amendment maker yield?
Yes, I do.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Thanks, Representative. I listened and I read. Could you go over it again? Because I don't know what the amendment does.
Which part?
Both parts, since you had two parts.
Okay. So clarification then on the first part.
Yep.
So as you know, and the job that supports my legislative hobby, I am an engineer and a surveyor. And frequently I am called upon to divide up land that has moved out of the trust into the to the individuals receiving the property.
Okay.
Typically what happens is that the trust is created using the original deed from when Grandpa purchased it back in 1953.
Okay.
Well, since he purchased it in 53, he sold off 20 acres to Cousin Billy and 5 acres to the Highway and Transportation Department for right-of-way. And so now, rather than having, let's say, 160 acres more or less, the resultant property from all those transfers is 85 acres. Unfortunately, that's not what it says in the trust. The trust would say, in the case of the Northwest Quarter of Section 15, it says the Northwest Quarter of Section 15, 160 acres more or less. So those who are benefiting from the trust I had always assumed that they're going to get 40 acres out of this. So what has happened, at least in 3 occasions in the past 4 years, those ended up going to court beyond that fighting over why I'm not getting my 40 acres.
And just real quick on that, with the 40 acres, you're saying the original trust had the 160.
Yes.
But it's no longer 160.
Correct.
And the beneficiaries of the trust should have been notified along the way.
Well, so if you transfer a piece of property, especially if you're getting a loan on it, we require a title search, or the bank requires a title search on that, right?
Right. And sometimes it even has to be surveyed again.
For this exact reason is why they get the title search done, is to make sure that the bank is loaning money on the proper title of the property.
Okay.
Or the title of the proper amount of property. And so what ends up happening is that folks are confused by that because they have the trust. And by the way, these trusts most of the time are created after this land has been sold off. So Grandpa buys it in 1953, but the trust is not created until 2013.
Okay.
And so between 53 and 2013, these parcels were sold off. So it's not like, hey, we created this trust and then properties were sold off.
Okay.
It's we're creating a trust using the old legal description. So the solution to that problem is simply this: just do a title search. When you create the trust, problem solved.
And so the simple title search to create a trust is not a current requirement, and that's what this amendment addresses.
What this amendment addresses, that's the first part of the
Okay.
amendment.
All right.
And the second part of the amendment is just like that, just to create a circuit judge position in the 25th Judicial District. Right now, we meet the population standard and we meet the caseload standard. It's just that circuit judge position has not been created in statute.
Okay, so completely unrelated, though.
The one would appear, but the titling change allowed for that change.
Okay, but even on the amendment, right? I mean, I don't see how. You're just saying you need another judge in your circuit down around Phelps County area. Correct. And that has to get done here via this amendment.
It has to be done via statute.
Okay.
And same with the associate position in Miller County right now. Right now, the one in Miller County associate that there is has 200 more caseload than both associates in Camden County, which is the neighboring county.
Okay.
They are both Lake of the Ozarks counties, but there's 2 associates in Camden County and only one in Miller County. And the other problem with that is that northern tier of counties that are in that judicial district, they're called the 3Ms, Morgan, Montauk, and Miller. All 3 of those have a single judge. So if there's a search warrant needed to be signed off on or anything like that, it falls on, and one or more of those judges are on vacation or whatever, that falls on, and typically it is that Miller County associate. So he has got an enormous caseload right now, and simply because of their geography. They are in Miller County, which includes a portion of Lake of the Ozarks. So as you well know, Lake of the Ozarks goes from a little bitty town to hundreds of thousands of people over the summer. And obviously, the more people, the more cases you're going to have in court.
And the 3M counties, Miller, et cetera, that's where this new associate circuit judge, because that's the whole thing is the 25th Circuit. I only know my 22nd Circuit. I don't know.
The 25th includes Miller, Morgan, Montauk, Camden, and Miller. Did I say Miller? I said
you said
Miller.
Miller.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The 3Ms. Okay. No, thank you for the clarification. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on House Amendment 2. Gentleman from Jasper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the amendment maker.
Does the amendment maker yield?
Well, I certainly do.
Proceed, gentlemen.
So I just have a question for you. I'm not in disagreement with your amendment, but say, for instance, I was going to form a trust, which I did, and I have rental houses that I wanted to put in that trust. I built some of those houses brand new. I know there's no issue with the title. So this would require me to additionally put all that information in on every property that I would put in my trust.
So did you do a title search on those prior to?
Prior to building them, I've owned some of them for over 30 years.
But you did a title search on those properties. So you have a title search up to the current title holder, which is you.
Yes, I do, except for some of those, I split my own property to build those. And so there's some split, I guess, deeds on those. So I'm just saying, would I be required to not do a new one? I could use my old ones.
Well, you certainly could. If you are the current title holder, there would be no reason to do a title search.
Is that what your amendment says?
I wouldn't say that specifically, but...
So I'm not in disagreement with your amendment. I'm just saying that if I am the current owner and the title holder, would this require me to put a new property in there into my trust? Would I have to do a new title search?
That's probably a better question for your trust attorney. But most trusts that I'm aware of, they get created for a particular set of real property. And I don't know. Are you adding properties to your trust as you go?
Yes.
And so you go back to your attorney and they refile all the paperwork, et cetera.
But
Okay.
some of those, all of my properties are not in that trust. And so I still own those properties. Would this cause my properties I already owned, I have to have a new title search?
New title search? I don't know. That's a good question. But I don't know.
Well, thank you for...
most of us don't have several thousand pieces of property and that we have in our trust. Most of us have one piece of property in our trust. But
Well, I just didn't want to have to do a new title search on properties if I added them to my existing trust that I already own.
your current title holder, I don't know why you
That's-
would, but once again,
Okay,
legal
thank
question.
you for the inquiry.
You're quite welcome.
Further discussion on House Amendment 2. Seeing none, gentleman from Pulaski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
The gentleman from Pulaski has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 2. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say no. And the ayes have it. You've adopted House Amendment 2. Lady from Phelps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment ending in .05H. It has been distributed, and I ask for its adoption.
The lady from Phelps has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 3. Lady from Phelps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill is about Missouri Incarceration Reimbursement Act, which is also known as MIRA. And so this is making smaller government. We're actually striking language. So currently, the language allows the Attorney General to take money that has been awarded is not the word. So our prisoners in the prison system, if let's say their grandmother leaves them a sum of money, currently the Attorney General can actually file suit and take that money. This would actually repeal that act so that our prisoners, with any money that they were left, would have a very good chance of, when they leave the prison system, to make a good life in the communities that they go back to and to decrease recidivism. So I have that amendment, and I can take any questions.
Discussion on House Amendment 3. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment to the amendment. Ending in .12H, I move for its adoption.
The gentleman from Texas has moved for House Amendment 1 to House Amendment 3. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, this is the notary bill that I have had for a couple years now. This is House Bill 543. It is passed through the Health and Mental Health Committee this year with 0 noes. It's also passed through rules with 0 noes. And basically what this will do now, the little addition this year, it tightens it up a little further to ensure of the folks who could sign off on the notary of with being a peace officer, physician, medical professionals, and from that, I'll take any questions.
Discussion on House Amendment 1 to House Amendment 3. Seeing none, you're recognized to close.
I close.
Gentleman from Texas has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 1 to House Amendment 3. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say no. And the ayes have it. You've adopted the amendment to the amendment. Discussion on House Amendment 3 as amended. Lady from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the bill sponsor, the amendment maker.
Does the lady from Phelps yield?
I do.
Proceed, ladies.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm great. How about you?
Good. So this bill, or your amendment, came through Emergent Issues, correct?
It did.
Right. And it got voted out with no vote notes. No.
It was unanimous. Yes, ma'am.
So can you kind of go over just a little bit more information about it? Because this was quoted, it used to be called as the pay to stay, correct?
My only note is it is a MIRA.
Yes.
Right?
No, yeah, of course. Yes. But it was termed as pay to stay because they would end up usually using that to force people to pay extra after time, and it was kind of, another mark against them.
I agree. And so obviously those that are not left money in the prison system, why are we targeting those that actually receive money?
Exactly. Thank you so much, lady, for bringing this amendment forward. Mr. Speaker, speak on the amendment.
Proceed, lady.
This is a really good amendment. Again, it went through emerging issues. I hope to pass this. It's something that I believe, should have done years ago. So I hope the body can support it. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Amendment 3 as amended. Seeing none, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
The lady from Phelps has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 3 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You've adopted House Amendment 3. Further discussion on House Bill 1259. Lady from Dunklin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment ending in .07H. It has been distributed, and I move for its adoption.
The lady from Dunklin has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 4. Lady from Dunklin.
Thank you. This amendment allows for electronic wills and estate planning. It basically creates 16 new sections to the current estate planning statute. It defines electronic wills. It provides a procedure to create them, execute, revoke, all the while providing the safeguards of a traditional will. It provides the convenience, but upholding the integrity, and it keeps up with the ever-changing technology. We have vetted this bill through general laws, and it was passed out unanimously. And with that, I close.
Discussion on House Amendment 4. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak on the amendment.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just because our ranking member is not in the room right now, I do want to say, as somebody who was on the General Laws Committee, that we did vet this bill that is now in this amendment form. As far as I'm aware, it's a great amendment. I would recommend that the body approve it as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Additional discussion on House Amendment 4. Seeing none, lady from Dunklin, you recognize to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
The lady from Dunklin has renewed her motion for the adoption of House Amendment 4. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say no. And the ayes have it. You've adopted House Amendment 4. Discussion on House Bill 1259 as amended. Gentleman from St. Louis City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to inquire with the bill handler.
Does the gentleman from Phelps yield? Pulaski. Yeah.
St. Louis. You don't have to raise a hand because he was pointing at me.
Oh, there we go. Thanks. We were trying to get this through offline, but I couldn't follow the amendments in this. Going back to the original bill, provided that such credit shall be allowed under this section with respect to any extent. When he first started, it was just simply the taxation on income earned on a trust,
right.
Correct?
Yes.
How is it done currently? Let's start with that real quick.
Okay, so right now, so what a trust is I want to set up this vehicle, this structure, almost like a corporation. I'm a settler, I'm a grantor, as some people call it, and then I set it up. I have a trustee that manages it. I entrust them to manage it for the benefit of beneficiaries. Maybe that's my heir, my children, whatever. So every trust is subject to federal tax law. All the trusts in the United States, all of them are. So then in Missouri, if I set up a Missouri trust, let's say I set up a trust in Missouri and I had rental property in Missouri and I had rental property in Illinois. In Missouri, it's a piggyback state, so I impose the federal tax code first.
Right.
Then I have addition subtractions on Missouri code. Then I pay taxes on the income earned in Missouri. And then the income that my trust earns for assets or businesses or business interests out of state, I pay taxes on them too.
To Illinois in your example?
Well, no, to Missouri. Missouri will assess
Okay,
those out-of-state taxes. So the reason why this is a problem is because in 2007, Missouri changed the law to say we want other people, if they're a trust that's, say, formed in the state of Illinois, we want them to have assets and real estate and business interests in Missouri. And the way that we'll do that is we'll offer to say you pay taxes on the Missouri income, but not the income derived in other states.
Okay.
So we brought those trusts to Missouri, and they're the business to Missouri. But the problem was we created a tax disincentive for domestic trusts in Missouri because they'll pay federal tax, income on the tax in Missouri, and then potentially income on the tax
on
in
the
other
other
states. So we just want to make it show that the Missouri trusts have the same tax situation as the trust in terms of it's not worse, it's the same, in terms of the trust formed in other states to do business here. So the result of this bill is you'd be subject to federal taxation all the income earned on your business activities or investments in the state of Missouri will be taxed in Missouri.
Okay.
And then you'll get a deduction for the income that's earned in Illinois. But your assets, your rental property, your business interest in Illinois will still be subject to Illinois tax. So they'll be taxed in the states where they derive the income, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if the gentleman from Washington were in the chamber, he could clarify it, but just when we have regular taxation of income, that's the way we do it now, right? You can be a Missourian. Right. Your part of your W-2 wages are in Illinois, and in my world, that's pretty common. But you get to write that off. You don't pay any tax to Missouri, income tax, based upon, or you get a credit.
It's like a subtraction.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You get a credit for what you actually paid. Okay. Thanks for clarifying it.
Thank you.
Super last question, because on the titling, I didn't jump up quick enough to ask you. Civil jurisprudence. I'm betting most people don't know what it means.
Yeah.
What's the definition of civil
jurisprudence? Okay, sure.
Since that's the name of the title of the bill now.
So jurisprudence comes from the Latin word for law and the way you think about it, to go about doing it, right?
Okay.
So juris, law, jurisdiction, the where we say the law ends. Prudence, right, our way of constructing that, our construction for it. Civil is what's not criminal, right? So we're talking about contracts, trusts. We could be talking about taxation. We could be talking about lien requirements. We could be talking about, the civil disdetention. So all that stuff seems civil to me. So civil is what's not criminal, but it involves our rights and obligations and disputes between each other that are not criminal, meaning there's not a criminal penalty imposed. So
I appreciate that. It's better than Google. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on House Bill 1259. Gentleman from Clay.
To speak on the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, gentlemen.
To speak on the original bill, Mr. Speaker, the original bill came through Children's Families. It passed unanimously. I urge the body to vote yes on this bill. That's all I have.
Further discussion on House Bill 1259. Seeing none, gentleman from Pulaski, your recognized closed.
I renew my motion.
The gentleman for Pulaski has moved for the adoption of House Committee Substitute for House Bill 1259 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You've adopted the substitute. Gentleman from Pulaski.
I close.
The gentleman from Pulaski has renewed his motion for the perfection and printing of House Committee Substitute for House Bill 1259 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You've perfected and printed House Committee Substitute for House Bill 1259 as amended. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. Staying on the same order of business, I ask that you recognize the lady from Barton for a motion on House Committee Substitute for House Bill 331.
Lady from Barton, what purpose do you write?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 331 be ordered, perfected, and printed.
The lady from Barton has moved that we perfect and print House Bill 331. Lady from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Committee Substitute for House Bill 331 be adopted.
The lady from Barton has moved for the adoption of House Committee Substitute for House Bill 331. Lady from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the title for House Committee Substitute for House Bill 331 be agreed to.
The lady from Barton has moved for the title of House Committee Substitute for House Bill 331 to be agreed to. Discussion on the title. Seeing none. Lady from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So,
hold on. All those in favor of adopting the title signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. You've adopted the title. Lady from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the last few years, we have had a strong concentration on increasing our workforce in our state. Fast Track was created to help adults better themselves by going back to school to obtain a certificate or license. We've also increased accessibility to A+ by allowing seniors through dual credit courses to start taking advantage of their A+ that they have earned by reaching specific requirements set by the state. Currently, a student who wants to obtain a certificate or license right out of high school, for example, a CDL, CNA, CMT, or EMT, must pay for these out of pocket because the courses are too short to qualify for the A+ reimbursement program and are not Pell eligible. Many of these programs are not a full semester in length. They consist of intense instruction every day for a few weeks or a couple of months. These students are typically ones who are not interested in going to a 2-year or 4-year school. They want to obtain a certificate, a license, so they can go ahead and make a decent living. Needless to say, a high school graduate does not typically have $5,000 or $10,000. So many end up working at Walmart or a restaurant. They can wait until they're 25 or 2 years out of high school and utilize the Fast Track program. Why wait? Missouri has a gap of services, and we need to fill this gap. House Bill 331 creates a career tech certificate program for these students right out of high school and will eliminate this gap. This program ensures that the state of Missouri is creating an opportunity for all students, not just students who are going to college. Our skilled trade careers have a huge workforce shortage, and this program will help meet those demands while also opening doors and paths to a successful future. Students who have met the requirements for the existing A+ program will have a choice of 2 paths: obtain their associates or obtain a certificate or license through the Career Tech program. At this time, I welcome any questions, and if not, I renew my motion.
Discussion on House Bill 331. Lady from Green.
To inquire of the bill sponsor.
Does the bill sponsor yield?
I do.
Proceed, ladies.
Good afternoon. How
Good
are
afternoon.
you, lady? So, how many years have you carried this bill?
I think this is my 6th year.
All right, and it's a good bill.
It is a really good bill, and it's before spring break, right? So we have great potential of it actually getting to the finish line.
A good sign. So just a few things that you added this year, and I just want to make sure I'm recapping. You had some delineations on programs that were included.
So the EMTs and paramedics came to me, and they wanted to specify that their programs would be included, so we added that. I think they would have already been included, but they wanted peace of mind, so we did add that in the language.
And then the other piece that kind of helped me through it, these programs aren't Pell eligible, so it'll draw down our A+ program, but what you pointed out is that they are shorter in nature.
Absolutely.
So you have a little bit of a financial wash, which is good, right? And then outside of that, there were no other major changes from what we've heard in the past. Am I correct?
You are very correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And the great thing about this is that we had support from the business community through the Missouri Chamber and the education community, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, lady.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We heard this in your Higher Education and Workforce Development Committee. It voted out unanimously. It's a good bill. I would encourage the body to support it.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Clay.
Thank you. To inquire of the bill sponsor.
Does the bill sponsor yield?
I do.
Proceed.
Thank you very much for putting this forth. I just have a clarification question with regard to the paramedic programs. Does that include the $10,000? Usually it's a $10,000 fee to become paramedic trained, is my understanding. That program would fall under this bill, is that correct?
Yes, it would, yes.
Okay, great. You saved me the opportunity to work. I've talked to our local chief or president of Maple Woods Community College, and she was looking into this. So you have just saved her and me a lot of work. Thank you very much.
Right.
I fully support this bill.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Further discussion. Lady from St. Louis.
No. Good afternoon. I just want to comment on the bill. I did co-sponsor the bill. It's a very good bill, and thank you for filing it. It's going to help a lot of people in my district, as everyone is not college material. However, they will go to a tech college and, move forward in life. Thank you.
Further discussion. Lady from Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lady has worked on this bill, and we have worked together on it. When I was chair of higher ed, I'm excited that I think it is really a fantastic bill right now. I want to thank the sponsor for the work that she's done on it, and I do think it'll provide great opportunities for all of our graduates out of high school. So thank you very much.
Further discussion on House Committee Substitute for House Bill 331. Seeing none, Lady from Barton, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know my colleague up in the upper gallery, Mr. Johnson, and I have shared lots of students who will and would have taken advantage of this program. And with that, I renew my motion.
The lady from Barton has renewed her motion for the adoption of the House Committee substitute for House Bill 331. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say no. And the ayes have it. You've adopted the substitute. Lady from Barton.
I renew my motion.
The lady from Barton has renewed her motion for the perfection and printing of House Committee substitute for House Bill 331. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. You've perfected and printed House Committee substitute for House Bill 331. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying on that same order of business, House Committee substitute for House Bill 735 and 686 will move to the informal calendar. I ask that you recognize the gentleman from Green for a motion on House Committee substitute for House Bill 32.
Gentleman from Green, what purpose do you read?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 32 be ordered perfected and printed.
The gentleman from Green has moved for the perfection and printing of House Bill 32. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that HCS for House Bill 32 be adopted.
The gentleman from Green has moved for the adoption of the House Committee substitute for House Bill 32. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the title of the HCS for House Bill 32 be agreed to.
Gentleman from Green has moved that the title be agreed to. Is there discussion on the title? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the title signify by saying aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. You've adopted the title. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 32 is a relatively simple bill. We have adult high schools throughout our state. We're up to 5 of them now, first introduced in 2017. The idea of these adult high schools was that a person could return to high school in a certificated environment where they could actually get a diploma, go through that whole learning experience. We've seen great success of these programs. And what we'd like to do now is lower the age from 21 to 18. That would allow for 18 or a 19 or a 20-year-old to also enroll in these high schools as well. This bill got 20 votes in committee to 0 in opposition, and then it also went through its Rules Committee 13 to 0, so has not yet received a no vote. I am open for any questions.
Discussion on House Bill 32. Gentleman from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have any questions, but I would like everybody to know that it's a great bill, and we should vote for it. So thank you.
Further discussion. Lady from St. Louis.
To speak on the bill.
Proceed, lady.
I have this school in my district, and I have personal family members who have been through this program. It has given them a new lease on life. So to speak on the bill, I want to encourage the House to also vote for this bill because lowering the age to 18 will help those who have had to stop out due to all kinds of reasons. So just want the House to support this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Committee substitute for House Bill 32. Seeing none, gentleman from Green, you recognize to close.
Thank you. I renew my motion.
Gentleman from Green has renewed his motion for the adoption of House Committee substitute to House Bill 32. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You've adopted the substitute. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
The gentleman from Green has renewed his motion for the perfection and printing of House Committee substitute for House Bill 32. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You perfected and printed House Committee substitute for House Bill 32. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying on the same order of business, I ask that you recognize the gentleman from Cole for motion on House Committee substitute for House Bill 87.
Gentleman from Cole, what purpose do you write?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 87 be ordered perfected and printed.
The gentleman from Cole has moved for the perfection and printing of House Bill 87. Gentleman from Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Committee substitute for House Bill 87 be adopted.
The gentleman from Cole has moved for the House Committee substitute for House Bill 87 be adopted. Gentleman from Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the title of House Committee substitute for House Bill 87 be agreed to.
The gentleman from Cole has moved for the adoption of the title. Any discussion on the title? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the title signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. You've agreed to the title. Gentleman from Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 87 so often Tragedy brings about the need for change. That's what House Bill 87 does. We refer to this as Melanie's Law. The bill modifies the offense of driving while intoxicated. Currently, the offense is a Class E felony if the defendant causes the physical injury to another person. The bill increases the penalty to that provision to a Class D felony. It's currently a Class D felony if the defendant, while driving while intoxicated, causes serious injury to another person. The bill increases that penalty to a Class C felony. If the defendant is driving while intoxicated and causes the injury, causes the death of another person, it's currently a Class C felony. This increases the penalty to a Class B felony. If the person causes the death of two or more persons, or to cause the death of any person while the defendant has a blood alcohol content of 0.15 of alcohol by weight, or the defendant has previously been found guilty as a habitual offender or driving while intoxicated and causing the death of another person, that defendant is guilty of a Class A felony. A person is found guilty of these is not going to be of killing someone while they're driving and while intoxicated. It will not be eligible for parole until at least 5 years. If they cause the death of two or more people and have the blood alcohol content of 0.15, they're not eligible for parole for at least 10 years. I filed this same bill, and it was House Bill 2768 last year, and I filed it late in the year, and it really didn't gain any traction. Melanie Wonkum was a friend of mine, and her tragic death has left a toll on many of us, but not to the extent it did for her family. On October 22nd of 2022, life changed for so many of us. Melanie's mother and sister came to my office last year, and we started building this bill. We began by having research come in. We had a prosecutor come in. And we did all this as an effort to try and find some closure for this family. Actually, when they met with me, the gentleman that was driving while intoxicated that killed their mother, killed the daughter and sister of my constituents, had not even gone to court yet. It had been over a year. He was convicted and now is serving time. But driving while impaired is a choice. It's a choice that too often causes tragedy that many families have across our state have to live with for the rest of their life. Mr. Speaker, I ask that we pass this bill, we pass it unanimously, so we can find some closure for families across the state and prevent this kind of tragedy from happening again. I'll take any questions, and if there are none, I renew my motion.
Discussion on House Committee Substitute for House Bill 87. Gentleman from Jasper, what purpose do you ride?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment. It ends in .01H. It's been distributed. I move for its adoption.
The gentleman from Jasper has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 1. Gentleman from Jasper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Bill 273, which has been heard in committee. It was passed out of the House last year. It passed out of the Committee Public Safety and Crime Prevention this year. It does a couple of things. First of all, it eliminates the process by which when a police officer cites somebody for DUI, they take the driver's license. We've removed that provision. It also provides that in a case where it involves an intoxicated related traffic offense, the defendant may request to divert the criminal case to a driving while intoxicated diversion program. It provides that the prosecuting or circuit attorney may divert the program if the defendant meets certain criteria. If the court chooses to, the court may continue a diverted case involving an intoxication-related traffic offense. However, if the court does that, and the diversion program is accepted, then the defendant or the case shall require installation of ignition interlock device for a period of not less than 1 year. If the court continues the case to divert the defendant to this DUI diversion program, a copy will get sent to the Department of Revenue. The defendant who's notified of the department shall do the following, which includes the installation of an ignition interlock, and the court shall dismiss the case if the defendant satisfactorily completes the project. In any defendant who's found guilty of an intoxication-related traffic offense and who has previously utilized the DOI diversion program pursuant to this section shall be considered a prior offender for the purposes of any subsequent sentencing. And then finally, a certified ignition interlock device provided shall adopt a discounted fee for the purchase program, and that burden is borne by the defendant. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Discussion on House Amendment 1. Gentleman from Osage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the amendment maker.
Does the amendment maker yield?
Absolutely.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you. I just have a question. Does intoxication also take in a larger arena of those impaired with the use of drugs?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
Is intoxication, I think this refers to intoxication with alcohol related.
Yes.
What about intoxication with the use of drugs? If a person were impaired using a substance like marijuana or other illegal mind-altering drugs, would the same rules apply?
Yes. Yeah, intoxication. Okay. I mean, it's a more difficult case to prove, obviously, but if the case is proven, then it's under the same statute as driving under the influence of alcohol.
Okay, so the impairment, driving while impaired, applies for both those who use mind-altering drugs and alcohol.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment maker came to me and talked to me about this bill, and I am in full support. I ask you to support it as well.
Additional discussion. Gentleman from Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, to speak on the bill.
Proceed, gentlemen.
We heard this bill, House Amendment 1, in public safety. It's a great program, and I encourage everyone to vote yes. Thank you.
Additional discussion on House Amendment 1. Seeing none, gentleman from Jasper, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Gentleman from Jasper has renewed his motion for the adoption of House Amendment 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. And you've adopted House Amendment 1. Further discussion on House Committee Substitute for House Bill 87 is amended. Seeing none, gentleman from Cole, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
The gentleman from Cole has renewed his motion for the adoption of House Committee Substitute to House Bill 87 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You've adopted the substitute. Gentleman from Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
The gentleman from Cole has renewed his motion for the perfection and printing of House Committee Substitute for House Bill 87 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You perfected and printed House Committee Substitute for House Bill 87 as amended. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 262 through House Bill 74 will move to the informal calendar, and I ask that you recognize the gentleman from Pulaski for a motion on House Bill 419.
Gentleman from Pulaski.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 419 be ordered, perfected, and printed.
The gentleman from Pulaski has ordered the perfection and printing of House Bill 419. Gentleman from Pulaski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Committee Substitute for House Bill 419 be adopted.
The gentleman from Pulaski has moved for the adoption of House Committee Substitute for House Bill 419. Gentlemen, there is no committee substitute. Would you like to make a titling motion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move that the title for House Bill 419 be adopted.
The gentleman has moved for the title of House Bill 419 to be adopted. Discussion on the title? Lady from Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment ending in .02H. It's a titling amendment.
The lady from Buchanan has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 1. Discussion on the...
They don't have it.
It was not a timely amendment. Gentleman from Pulaski has moved for the adoption of the title. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. You've adopted the title. Gentleman from Pulaski.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for the earlier confusion. That's a problem when you're reading right off the page. House Bill 419 truly is a pretty simple bill. If you'll notice from the language, it simply clarifies the existing statute that allows military personnel serving in Missouri to receive in-state tuition when pursuing an undergraduate or a graduate degree program at Missouri's universities or colleges. This bill has a $0 fiscal note, and it passed unanimously out of committee, and I would take any questions.
Discussion on House Bill 419. Lady from Jackson.
St. Louis County.
St. Louis County, my apologies.
To speak to the bill.
Does the bill handler yield?
Oh, yes, I do.
Proceed.
So I just want to say that when we talked about when this went through the Education Committee, unanimously everybody was feeling real good about this bill because it shows that much more support for veterans and their families, for military personnel and their families. So for them to be able to have their education. Oh, do I speak directly to the bill? Oh, okay. I didn't. Okay. This bill was looked upon very favorably within the Education Committee, and I think any time that we have the opportunity to provide some relief to families in terms of tuition costs while they're serving and they are part of our state, that's very, very important. So I'm definitely in favor of this bill.
Thank you, lady. And yes, that's absolutely correct, because they interrupt their lives every 2 years. And so many of them do get their master's programs and things like that interrupted in that process, so it takes them a while to get it done. So anything we can do to move those folks on through the system so that they will decide to stay here when they get out of the military and go to work here, then we should do every bit of that we can.
Oh, for sure. Thank you for bringing this bill.
Further discussion on House Bill 419. Gentleman from Jasper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the bill handler.
Does the gentleman from Pulaski yield?
I do. Twice
Proceed,
in one day, gentlemen.
I don't believe we've inquired in the whole 6 years, but twice today.
Well, we have inquired offline many a time.
So you and I, we went to school at Missouri S&T when it was University of Missouri-Rolla.
Yes, and I graduated.
And I did too. So, but I do want to say you represent the area around Fort Leonard Wood, up in that area. And Fort Leonard Wood's a very large post. There's a lot of military personnel at Fort Leonard Wood.
Absolutely.
And the best I remember, back when I was going to college, that military post sent a lot of their, not just officers, but enlisted personnel to take classes at Missouri S&T.
In fact, the current commanding general of Fort Leonard Wood is a graduate of the engineering management program at Fort Leonard Wood some years prior to him being reassigned to Fort Leonard Wood.
So basically, I just wanted to highlight the fact that not only do you represent them, but you are an alumni, and this is a great deal for the military. And I'm also an alumni of Fort Leonard Wood in basic training back in the early 70s.
Yep.
And so this is a great bill. I support it wholeheartedly, and this is something we could do in the state of Missouri to help our military personnel, and I applaud you for this bill.
Thank you very much,
Thank
gentlemen.
you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill came through your Committee on Veterans and Armed Forces. It passed out of Committee 19-0. It passed out of Rules 8-0. Really what we can do for our National Guard and Reservists, especially when they're trying to continue their education and to really stay in the military, is really vital to not only the state of Missouri, but also to our country. So I appreciate the gentleman bringing this bill forward and ask for your full support.
Additional discussion on House Bill 419. Seeing none, gentleman from Pulaski, you're recognized to close.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
The gentleman from Pulaski has renewed his motion for the perfection and printing of House Bill 419. All those in favor signify by saying aye. No? Say no. And the ayes have it. You perfected and printed House Bill 419.
Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying on that same order of business, I ask you to again recognize the gentleman from Pulaski, this time for a motion on House Committee substitute for House Bill 643.
Gentleman from Pulaski, for what purpose do you rise?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 643 be ordered, perfected, and printed.
The gentleman from Pulaski has moved for the perfection and printing of House Bill 643. Gentleman from Pulaski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Committee substitute for House Bill 643 be adopted.
The gentleman from Pulaski has moved for the adoption of the House Committee substitute for House Bill 643. Gentleman from Pulaski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the title of House Committee substitute for House Bill 643 be agreed to.
The gentleman from Pulaski has moved for the adoption of the title. Is there discussion on the title? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And you've adopted the title. Gentleman from Pulaski.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 643 creates an entertainment district in Lake of the Ozarks. This bill considers two separate properties that are in the Lake of the Ozarks area. One of them is Lake Ozark, Missouri, at a location that we affectionately refer to in the area as the Strip. It's an eclectic collection of restaurants, bars, and entertainment venues. Been there since the lake was created. But it suffers from the same things that are common to many of our urban downtown areas. Older structures that have seen better days and small businesses with a small footprint that really don't have room to expand. This entertainment zone will allow the businesses to share common infrastructure as an amenity for their common good. The other location in the Lake of the Ozarks area is a new venue that is being constructed as an amusement park in Osage Beach. So those are two adjoining communities, both of them on Lake of the Ozarks. This is not a new concept. This is not new legislation. There are at least 7 of them throughout the state with, in the Kansas City area, the Power and Light District would be a version, and Ballpark Village on the other side of the state would be examples of them. This has a fiscal note of 0. With that, I will take any questions.
Discussion on House Committee substitute for House Bill 643. Lady from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to speak on the bill.
Proceed.
This is a pretty simple bill. It came through local government, I believe, or intergovernmental relations. Honestly, I don't remember. We heard it, and we've heard it a number of years, I believe. This gentleman has put it through committee, and we've heard it on the floor. Basically, is what it's doing. It's kind of creating a sub-community within the community that allows basically to govern itself and to work together. So if they want to do some upgrades or plan themselves, that they can do so without having to have the weigh-in of the entire city or fighting the entire city budget. It allows them to kind of act independently as an entertainment district. As he said, these already exist in the state. They work just to for their common interests as kind of an entertainment district, whether that's adding another trash pickup service or whatever it is that they need. And I ask that the body support it. Thank you.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Camden. For what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, to speak on the bill.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a representative of Camden County and the Lake of the Ozarks, I just wanted to rise in support of this piece of legislation. As the lady mentioned, this has been something that the area has been working on for several years. As the developments increase, this would give local municipalities the option to have these zones, and I just wanted to rise in support of the bill, and I hope the body supports it.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Taney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the bill sponsor.
Does the gentleman from Pulaski yield?
Absolutely.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah. This is absolutely the first time you've inquired of me.
It is, and it's about time, I'd say.
Yeah.
Does this bill have anything to do with catalytic converters?
No, it doesn't, unless you happen to leave your car there overnight and someone takes advantage of that situation, because as you well know, it is still pretty darn easy to steal a catalytic converter in Missouri.
I absolutely know that, gentlemen. When I started hearing your description of the things going on in Lake of the Ozarks, I found it somewhat parallel to what we have in southwest Missouri known as Branson, the live entertainment capital of the state of Missouri.
Where's that at?
It's in southwest Missouri. It's in God's country, further south. But Representative, is this something that's going to benefit the whole state? I'm the chairman of the tourism committee. I'm always advocating for tourism. So will this benefit tourism in the state as a whole if we do this at Lake of the Ozarks?
Which will absolutely bring more people to the state of Missouri because you typically, if you're familiar with Power and Light District and those other areas, people come from all over to attend the functions, but it will allow for special events in that district, just like what happens up in Power and Light District and these other ones.
Okay, outstanding. If it benefits tourism, I'm all for it. Thank you, Representative.
Lake of the Ozarks is synonymous with tourism, as is Branson, Missouri. Gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on House Committee Substitute for Health Bill 643. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak on the bill.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I try to come into this building with a light of looking at economic development for our state. This is something that I think absolutely is going to help. It's unfortunate that the way that our laws are built, that we have to go through our state legislature in order to let this local economy do what they need to do to be successful. But because we have to, I'm definitely going to be supporting this bill and look forward to the economic development that will continue at the Lake of the Ozarks.
Further discussion. Seeing none, gentleman from Pulaski, you're recognized to close.
I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Pulaski has renewed his motion for the adoption of the House Committee Substitute for House Bill 643. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have it. Gentleman from Pulaski.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
The gentleman from Pulaski has renewed his motion for the perfection and printing of House Committee Substitute for House Bill 643. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have your perfected and printed House Committee Substitute for House Bill 643. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying on the same order of business, I ask that you recognize the lady from Jefferson for a motion on House Committee Substitute for House Bills 971, 293, and 978.
Lady from Jefferson, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 971, 293, 978 be ordered, perfected, and printed.
The lady from Jefferson has moved for the perfection and printing of House Bill 971. Lady from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Committee Substitute for House Bill 971, 293, 978 be adopted.
The lady from Jefferson has moved for the adoption of House Committee Substitute for House Bills 971, 293, and 978. Lady from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the title of House Committee Substitute for House Bill 971, 293, and 978 be agreed to.
The lady from Jefferson has moved for the adoption of the title. Is there discussion on the title? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have you adopted the title. Lady from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 971, 293, 978 are all identical. They speak about the unlawful tracking of a motor vehicle through GPS units. This is something that all owners of the vehicle must sign to, stating that they are aware that this vehicle is being tracked. The most common example would be in a domestic violence situation where a husband or a wife could track one or the other that they might be trying to control. This would protect them from that if they did not realize that their vehicle is being monitored unlawfully. This does provide criminal charges if it is found to be tracked, and those would be. Let's see, where is that? The offense of the unlawful tracking of a motor vehicle is a Class A misdemeanor for a first offense and a Class C felony for any second or subsequent offenses. Thank you.
Discuss on House Committee Substitute for House Bills 971, 293, and 978. Gentleman from Clay, for what purpose do you rise?
Speak on the bill.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill went through your Committee on Transportation, where it was passed unanimously by a 16-0 vote. It's a good bill. It's a bipartisan bill. It's a bill that can impact a lot of people that way, and you're going to hear a few of those stories as well here shortly. So appreciate the body's support.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Jackson, for all purposes you rise.
To inquire the bill handler.
Does the lady from Jefferson yield?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you, lady. Thank you so much for sponsoring this bill. Thank you to the gentleman from Cass for sponsoring this bill as well. I wondered if you could share some specifics that you've experienced, why this bill is important to you.
Sure. This bill is important to me as a domestic abuse survivor. Many have known my story that's been spoken about before, but one of the ways that my aggressor was able to target me was through GPS tracking. One was noticed whenever I had taken my vehicle for an oil change. A GPS tracker was noticed on the bottom of my vehicle, and at that time they decided that they would investigate further and found a second one that was hidden even further. The GPS tracking that my aggressor used to follow where I had been showed up at friends' house, at grocery stores, ran me off the road, had malicious intent, and it was all unbeknownst to me. So it's extremely important that all owners of a vehicle are aware that they're being monitored. This does not include those who might be monitoring their children, any minors that are using their vehicles. You do not have to alert to anyone borrowing your vehicle that they're being monitored,
right,
because you're the legal owner of that. So this is truly just that all owners of the vehicle are aware that their vehicle is being monitored by a GPS unit.
Yeah, and we've tried really hard to get the exceptions, and the reasons why there are legitimate reasons to want to follow, like you said, for a child or those kind of things. We've worked really hard on that, but I appreciate how personal the story is for you, and unfortunately this is not a rare occurrence at all. I had a situation just talked to someone from a domestic violence shelter in my district just last week, and they brought up a situation very similar where, and I'm going to speak a little bit about it, but they had a client, and as soon as this client showed up near their shelter, she started getting bombarded with texts from her abuser that was asking her why she left work early. They verified that her location services were turned off on the phone, so it wasn't the phone, and that's what kind of clued her as to what was going on. But the client then started sending screenshots of addresses and homes near the office, and it's frightening when that's happening, and it's so important that we do what we can to intervene in these situations early, and it's so inexpensive to do. That's what's scary too. I had a tracker, a tag, AirTag costs virtually nothing now, and yet they can have those same kind of abilities to track someone that law enforcement with a search warrant could have, and I'm really concerned about that. I really appreciate what you're doing, what the gentleman from Cass is doing on this, and hopefully we can get some protections through, get it across the finish line. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, lady. Mr. Speaker, to speak a little bit more on this.
Please proceed.
Bill. Thank you. So this is not the lady's situation. The person from my district is not a unique situation. In 2022, there was a young lady from Belton, Missouri, who was killed by her ex-boyfriend, who tracked her with a GPS device. The boyfriend had set up a geofence that would automatically notify him when she showed up at work, at her friend's house, and at her home. We had another couple of murders committed in 2019 in the Kansas City area using GPS devices to track people. I mentioned the story of the person the advocate told me about in our district just 2 weeks ago. And then finally, for those folks who were here, the legislators who were here in 2021 and 2022, you may recall a situation where a state legislator actually helped a private investigator place a tracking device on a vehicle that was driven by a staff member of Governor Parson and one of his cabinet members. So, you know, it's so easy to do. It can happen to anyone who's got a grudge, who holds, you know, who wants to get at someone. So I ask everyone to think hard on this and to please vote yes on the ladies' bill and on our bill. And I appreciate your support so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Cass, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, sir, to speak on the bill.
Proceed.
When I was first approached by the gentleman from Jackson to support this bill, I thought, wow, this is just a common sense, across the aisles, both sides, joint bill. How can anybody stand against this? And then I was approached by the woman from Jefferson to roll these together, and I was like, wow, how great this is. Now, my opinion is based on being a retired Lee Summit police officer and a retired military member who has firsthand knowledge of the evils that stalking can present. One of my assignments in the military was as the U.S. LNO liaison officer to the embassy in Pakistan for SOCCENT, Special Operations Command Central. And on that mission set, I had to work closely with all the different departments within the U.S. Embassy. One young diplomat who I worked with was a powerful, intelligent young lady who could knock down diplomatic and bureaucratic doors like a Navy SEAL does breaching a door. Easy day. She was fantastic. Unbeknownst to me, one of my military brothers had a crush on this young lady. And the military co-worker had been denied, and she'd rebuffed him multiple times. While I was at Pakistan, the young lady I'm talking about took, as all diplomats do, took her leave to go back to the States. Well, the co-worker that I mentioned took emergency leave after he found out she was going to go back to the States and tracked her all the way back to the States. Fortunately, law enforcement figured out she was being tracked, and they intercepted him at the airport where she was landing back in the States. In his possession was a body bag, duct tape, flex cuffs, hunting knives, and a saw. This evidence was used by police officers to help convict this man of a crime he was intending to commit. As a retired police officer, I can't tell you how many times I've seen jealousy or domestic violence situations incite people to do things that would shock your conscience. This anti-tracking bill is not the end-all, be-all to stop violence, but it's a great tool for my brothers and sisters in law enforcement to use to protect the vulnerable. Just by helping the vulnerable gain an ex parte or a full order of protection so that we can help break the cycle of violence. I highly encourage the committee to pass this bipartisan legislation. Thank you, sir.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Jasper, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak on the bill.
Proceed, sir.
Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, if you recall, we passed the Lifelong Protection Order Bill for domestic violence. As part of that statute, we amended the stalking statute to include the use of electronic devices for the purpose of stalking. This bill aligns very closely with that and I think enhances it. The use of technology is an emerging problem for law enforcement in dealing with domestic violence, and I think this takes a good step forward in helping to address that. We're going to have to continue to pay attention because as those electronic opportunities continue to grow, that field is going to change. But this is a very good step, and I urge the body to support this bill.
Further discussion. Gentleman from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire the gentleman from Jackson County.
Does the gentleman from Jackson yield?
I do, from a microphone not my own.
You may proceed.
Thank you. How you doing, gentlemen?
Hello. Very good. Very good.
I just wanted to go through a couple things in this legislation because I know you filed your own version.
Yep.
And some folks might have concerns as far as when insurance companies give you certain rates because they're making sure you're not making, fast stops and hard turns and things like that. And I just wanted to clarify for the body how you've addressed that in this legislation.
Yeah, again, we don't want any of those kind of things where people have given their permission. So in the case you're speaking of, if one of those companies says, look, we'll give you a better rate, but we're going to track what you do and make sure that you're driving the speed limit or driving appropriately, that's giving permission. That being said, we still wrote in something in there to say, that's okay. That's not part of the issue because, again, we don't want the insurance getting in the middle of this saying this is going to affect them when it clearly is not intended to. So that was one. We have some other exceptions in there as well. Rental car companies wanted to make sure that they would be able to track their cars so that they could get them back. And again, that's not the point of what this bill is going after.
And it seems like you all have worked really hard on this legislation to make sure the language is very concise and is doing exactly what we're wanting it to do. And I appreciate the work that you've done on this. Mr. Speaker, to speak on the bill.
Proceed.
This is a necessary bill. I was shocked that this wasn't already law. We remember Representative Dottie Bailey and what she did with the governor's office. And the fact that this is not already law and it's legal to put a tracking device on somebody's car is pretty unbelievable to me. I appreciate Representative Williams and others for filing this bill. This bill will literally save lives. It will give all of our constituents more privacy and safety, and I strongly support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on House Committee Substitute for House Bills 971, 293, and 978. Lady from St. Louis.
North County. To speak on the bill.
Proceed.
Thank you so much for bringing this bill forward. Being a victim of stalking before, this bill is so necessary. I still don't know how the person found me each and every time. I'm assuming GPS. I'm assuming a tracker. So thank you so much for bringing this bill forward.
Further discussion. Seeing none, Lady from Jefferson, you're recognized to close.
I close. I renew my motion.
The lady from Jefferson renewed her motion for the adoption of House Committee Substitute for House Bills 971, 293, and 978. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You've adopted the House Committee Substitute. Lady from Jefferson.
I renew my motion.
The lady from Jefferson renewed her motion for the perfection and printing of House Committee Substitute for House Bills 971, 293, and 978. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You have perfected and printed the bill. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying on the same order of business, I ask that you recognize the gentleman from Nottoway for a motion on House Bill 834.
Gentleman from Nottoway, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 834 be ordered, perfected, and printed.
The gentleman from Nottoway has moved for the perfection and printing of House Bill 834. Gentleman from Nottoway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the title of House Bill 834 be agreed to.
The gentleman has moved for the adoption of the title. Is there discussion on the title? Gentleman from Nottoway.
I want to offer a titling change amendment ending in .05H and ask for its adoption.
The gentleman from Nottoway has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 1. Gentleman from Nottoway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This titling change just changes it from funeral homes to professional registration.
Further discussion on the House Amendment 1. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And you've adopted the title. Gentleman from Nottoway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill modifies the process for attaining a license to practice embalming and funeral directing by allowing an apprenticeship program. This bill makes it easier and simpler to get a license. The Missouri Funeral Home Directors and Embalmers Associations have approved this bill. And with that being said, every application still has to pass all exams and boards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion on House Bill 834 rather, as amended. Gentleman from Osage, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment ending in .02H. It's been distributed, and I move for its adoption.
The gentleman has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 2. Gentleman from Osage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Amendment 2 deals with disciplining of licenses for those individuals licensed under the Board of Therapeutic Massage and the Board of Chiropractic. Right now, there is no way to discipline those licensees, and if in the event of a criminal prosecution, until that prosecution has been adjudicated, dismissed, found some conclusion. What this is asking for is simply let the Administrative Hearing Commission intercede with the disciplining of a license. In the event that a licensee is charged with a criminal crime and that crime, according to the Administrative Hearing Commission, impacts the public health, safety, and welfare of the public. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Discussion on House Amendment 2. Lay from St. Louis.
Part of the amendment maker?
Does the gentleman from Osage yield to the lay from St. Louis?
Yes.
Proceed.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Great.
Was this amendment a freestanding bill?
Yes, and this was passed out of Committee of Professional Registration without any opposing votes and passed out of rules with no dissenting votes. So, yeah, it's been through the process, and there's been no objections to it. Been supported by the state boards, and we're in good shape here.
Thank you. That's what I thought. This did go through the Committee on Professional Registration. It was voted out unanimously, and it's just a good way to make sure that our professional licensees are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on House Amendment 2. Gentleman from Nottoway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment maker had spoken to me, and I think this is a great addition to this bill, and I urge the body to support it.
Further discussion on House Amendment 2. Seeing none, all those gentlemen, you're recognized to close on your amendment.
I think I renew my motion.
The gentleman has renewed his motion for adoption of House Amendment 2. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You adopted the amendment. Further discussion, Lay from Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment in ending .10H, and I move for its adoption.
The Lay from Buchanan has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 3 to House Bill 834. Lady from Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill has to do with social work. Right now, if the university in the state of Missouri wants to start a social work program, they start in pre-candidacy, candidacy, and then full accreditation. But for that process to happen, they have to have students enrolled. And unfortunately, right now, there's students that graduate when it's in pre-candidacy or candidacy, can't sit for their boards and can't begin their 3,000 hours of supervised counseling. And so what this does is it allows those students to be able to begin as soon as they graduate from that program, even if it's in pre-candidacy and candidacy. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion on House Amendment 3. Lady from Green.
To speak to the amendment maker.
Does the lady from Buchanan yield to the lady from Green?
Absolutely.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So we heard this in committee, didn't we, in Higher Education and Workforce Development. Mm-hmm. And it voted out clean, minimal change, and it was all good to go.
Right. It's been, both years, it's been voted out unanimously. So.
Okay, great. Thank you for your work on this. Let's hope we can get it attached and get it on. Mr. Speaker, to speak on the bill.
Proceed.
As mentioned, we heard this as a regular bill in higher education and workforce development. It's a good bill. It's needed for the workforce, particularly up in northwest Missouri in their program. I would encourage the body to support it.
Further discussion on the amendment. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to inquire of the amendment maker.
Does the lady from Buchanan yield?
Absolutely.
You may proceed.
Hi. It was a nice swing around there. Good job. Well, I always joke that, there are a few groups in the world that you always know if they're a member of that club. Vegans, people who do CrossFit, and social workers. So I think most people in the body know that I'm a social worker. I'm proud to be a social worker. Just wanted to, first of all, thank you for carrying this amendment. I know it's a freestanding bill. You also have a couple other bills over the last few years that have helped the field of social work. We all know that we have a pretty big crisis on our hands. I know we've talked offline that it seems like more people these days are kind of recognizing that those services are needed. I know we also chatted a little bit. It seems like there were some people that didn't testify in committee, but that had indicated that they were questioning, support of this bill. Could you speak to that for just a moment? Because I want to make sure that their viewpoints are represented.
Well, there were that I haven't heard from them personally. I've heard through them through the rumor mill, so I can't speak to it directly. But I just want to make sure that when a program is in pre-candidacy and candidacy, that they are being followed closely by the Council on Social Work Education. So there is no. There is nothing happening out there that doesn't mean that they are totally receiving a proper education to be ready to take their boards and begin their 3,000 hours of supervised.
Great. Yeah, I agree with you, lady. I think that that's a smart approach. You can't grow a program or make sure it's accredited without having students there, and those students are going to come if they know that their future licensure or diploma is at risk. So I think it's a smart approach that you're taking, and applaud you for bringing it
And how the
forward.
language was written previously, it was the chicken or the egg. You
Yes.
can't have students if they can't graduate. And so now we're just cleaning up statute to let us know that if we have a pre-candidacy program that is fully going through all the steps, that their students can take the boards and can begin their 3,000 hours of counseling. So.
Great. Well, thank you so much, and I hope the body supports this bill.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further discussion on House Amendment 3. Gentleman from Nottoway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a great addition to this bill, so I would urge the body to support it.
Further discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, lady from Buchanan, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
The lady from Buchanan has renewed her motion for the adoption of House Amendment 3. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You adopted House Amendment 3. Discussion now on House Bill 834 as amended. Lady from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Down here. I meant the ladies down here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak on the bill.
Proceed.
Okay, we've heard this bill in the past. I've been in the funeral business for 30 plus years. The funeral business is a ministry, and it's very a job that's very worthwhile, if you ask me. There are a lot of young people that are trying to get into the industry. They do great work when they come in. As most jobs nowadays, there are shortages. If you have someone that really have the heart and desire to do that, I think that should be made possible for them to do it, especially when you get in and go hands-on. I just want to say that I support this bill wholeheartedly. We're all looking forward to this bill passing in the funeral business. I talked about this bill last session, thought it had got over, but it did not. And so this will be a great help to the funeral industry, and I support it wholeheartedly.
Further discussion on House Bill 834 as amended. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the previous question.
The gentleman from Green has moved the previous question. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed, nay. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. We are on the previous question motion, not the motion on the bill. We are voting on the previous question. We're having trouble getting the board to put that up right now. Has everyone voted? We're voting on the PQ on the previous question. Has everyone voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board by your vote of 91 yea and 44 noes. You have moved the previous question. Gentleman from Nottaway, recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
The gentleman from Nottaway has renewed his motion for the perfection premium of House Bill 834 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You have perfected and printed House 834 as amended. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying on that same order of business, I ask for you to recognize the lady from Cass for motion on House Committee Substitute Number 2 for House Bills 567, 546, 758, and 958.
Lady from Cass, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 567 be ordered, perfected, and printed.
The lady from Cass has moved for the perfection premium of House Bill 567. Lady from Cass.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Committee Substitute for House Bill 567 be adopted.
The lady from Cass has moved for the adoption of House Committee Substitute Number 2 for House Bills 567, 546, 758, and 958. Lady from Cass.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the title of House Committee Substitute for House Bill 567 be agreed to.
The lady has moved for the adoption of the title. Is there discussion on the title? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You have adopted the title. Lady from Cass.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the passing of Proposition A, it introduced new mandates. One is a minimum wage schedule, and the second was a paid leave. By passing both issues at the same time, this is a 1-2 punch to businesses, and it creates a one-size-fits-all approach. By changing two very important factors to the pricing of goods and services, this could be very harmful for the business community and the Missouri economy. As far as the minimum wage, House Bill 567 does implement what was passed in November. But it is worth noting that the new minimum wage is now $13.75. So from December 24 to January 1st, and in 1 month, minimum wage went up 11.7%. Most businesses will do a budget in advance, usually a year or longer. They forecast the needs, the cost, etc. But with the new minimum wage, many business owners and leaders did not have time to plan for the increase when they completed their budgets last year in 24 for 25. This is a hurdle that the businesses must face. In addition, the $15 implementation in 2026 is worth noting because that is a 21.9% increase versus a year ago. Very few, if any, businesses will see an increase in profits at 21.9% in 1 year. And there will be other things that need to be tackled, such as employees that are already being paid more than minimum wage. Do they increase their pay as well? Well, that's up to the individual business, but it's another layer to add upon the situation. As someone who set pricing, forecasting, promotions, and business budgets, when raw material and labor costs go up, you must adapt. And generally, that will be to increase your price. If the price goes up too high, customers go elsewhere to find lower prices, or they don't purchase at all. And in business, you want to have a competitive advantage. It is also always better to play offense, not defense, when you're losing business. So setting prices for goods and services is definitely a balancing act based upon volume, operations, and fixed cost. And it's worth noting, when you talk about competition, that Kansas, Iowa, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Oklahoma are at $7.25 on minimum wage. Arkansas is $11, and Illinois is $15. But honestly, if you're under 18 in Illinois, then it's $13. So even Illinois is less than Missouri for people under 18. Also, one thing that to note is in restaurants, which is a lot of minimum wage people, Kansas, the tipped workers are at $2.13, and ours will be at $6.75. So currently, Missouri ranks 18th in minimum wage nationwide and 47th in cost of living, and that is a huge discrepancy. And it's also important to consider that the most recent data on jobs in Missouri reported a loss of 18,800 jobs in January versus December. And when you look back a year ago, they only lost 300. So the only difference in those time frames is that we did have a minimum wage increase. But yet, the biggest hurdle that any business is going to face, and what I have heard from constituents and business owners, is the sick leave. Proposition A contained 8 pages of regulations on 2 different subjects. Instead, the ballot measure was brief, and it failed to convey the full impact of the measure. It did not mention costs associated with the mandate, such as compliance cost, legal liability, legal cost, complex subject matters, and other negative impacts. The issue is very complicated and can hurt business and employees alike. This can also be something that is considered when site selectors are looking at Missouri to bring a business here, and it could hurt our future job growth. 567 removes the mandate provision for the annual CPI adjustment, the paid sick leave requirement, and potentially non-compliant restrictions on employer abilities to meet critical health operations and safety standards. The paid sick leave is extremely complicated because one size does not fit all. Individual businesses manage their benefit packages very differently because they need a package that fits the needs of their employees. What works for a restaurant may not work for a call center. In a restaurant, if you're not there, nobody can service the customers. At a call center, you might be able to work from home and not miss a beat. So, also depending on the type of business, the sick leave mandate disproportionately harms employees by increasing the workloads on colleagues during their absences. And I talked to a nurse the other day, and she said that some people had not come in, so she had to extend her shift because she did not want to leave the patient without any care. So there are many different business hurdles associated with the sick leave mandate. For instance, not being able to have a unique policy concerning sick notices could impact additional cost, health risk, and a variety of other issues. When a business cannot plan accordingly on the employees that shown up, this can cause potential disruption to project timelines, temporary business closures, and the increased need to hire temporary workers. And in many circumstances, you can't just go out and hire a temporary worker. There are procedures in certain segments that you have to have a background test or a drug test, and it has to be done before you can actually be hired. So this is an additional hurdle, and with that, I will take questions.
Discussion on House Committee Substitute Number 2 for House Bills 567, 546, 758, and 958. Gentleman from Camden, for what purpose do you rise?
To inquire of the bill handler, Mr. Speaker.
Does the lady from Cash yield?
Oh. Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just a minute. We're going to get you a line here, open line here in just a second.
Thank you, lady, for bringing this. We appreciate it. Give it a second.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, lady. Now, the effect of Prop A will really be felt across the state, but small and seasonal businesses in particular. Don't you think that this whole thing, especially being rolled out the way it will be really hurtful for small businesses?
It's going to be very hurtful for small businesses. What works in Kansas City or St. Louis will likely not work in rural Missouri, of Amsterdam, Missouri. it's very dependent on if you even have labor. And now it is a good thing that people are going to be paid more, but you also have to look at fixed cost associated to your business and all the operational cost.
But these additional costs that will be brought on by this, where will those costs be passed?
They're going to be passed on to the consumer. Right now, your entree at a restaurant might cost $14.99. You know, by the end of this year, it might cost $19.99. If we have to do the sick leave, if that does pass, it could be $25 in a year's time. So the biggest thing is this is just a lot at one time.
Yeah, one example from my district, my second largest employer is my local hospital. They have 1,500 employees, 1,508 employees, and they've done what a lot of larger businesses in the state have done with the rising costs of health care, is they've offered employees to take additional salary and pay for that health care on their own. So, in fact, 431 of these employees have taken this option, which is about a 20% increase to their pay to do that. With Prop A going into effect, those employees are going to have to either take that pay cut or now the hospital is going to have to come up with additional expenses. So do you feel that the ramifications of Prop A really haven't been measured?
Well, that's subjective, but I can speak on that topic. At one time, I have always taken my husband's insurance, and there was an opportunity at one of the jobs that I had. If I did not take theirs, I got some additional money. I got $500. So looking at your example, I mean, those individuals are counting on that money, many of them, especially in a small rural community. So that might, you know, they would prefer that versus getting a sick paid leave and upsetting their benefit package. So it could hurt employers and employees alike.
Thank you, lady. Mr. Speaker, to speak on the bill.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Paid time leave really will stifle the growth that a lot of businesses will entail, just because, as the lady mentioned, businesses aren't prepared for this sort of expense. I know that the will of the people will be brought up several times in this, and I think that we've also got to represent the 87 counties that did not vote for this. I think it's our duty to respect the will of the people, but also at the same time safeguard the long-term prosperity of Missouri. You know, as a business owner, and there's a lot of business owners either listening or in this chamber today, that definitely feel that this piece of legislation and Prop A should not be able to tell business owners how to run our for-profit businesses. How we operate shouldn't be decided by the will of the people. They didn't create our business plans. They didn't risk everything that they have to open and run these businesses that we own. They don't feel the strain of the individual business owner, say on payroll's due on Friday and you've got payroll that night before and you're just worried about even making it. The will of the people doesn't help that business owner survive through that. Businesses are already under siege, rising costs, we've got supply chain issues, we've got competition and more. And so I just feel like government's got to get out of the way and let Missouri businesses thrive. I mean, there's some good things, some good intentions in Prop A. But I think, as the lady mentioned, the execution, the implementation, all of those have been rushed. I don't think the negative impacts have been considered to the fullest extent. I think there's many, many job categories that will really suffer. And I think you're going to see some crippling effects to some industry. So I urge the body to support this legislation. I appreciate it being brought forward. And I think we've got to get out of the way of Missouri's business growth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Buchanan, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak in support of the bill.
Proceed.
You know, for those of us in this chamber that hasn't signed the front of a check, you don't know the other expenses that business owners take. The rise in just the minimum wage, you have experience mod for unemployment that will go up. You have the insurance that will go up based on payroll. And so those things are an added expense to every small business owner that there is. So just like the one gentleman said, this has been rushed into the workplace. There are some good things. Everybody wants more money, but we cannot keep putting it on the back of small business owners because they're the ones that make this state click. So with that, lady, I support your bill. I think it's great. I think we have to support the small business owners, and with that, I'm going to support this bill. Thank you.
Lady from Phelps, for what purpose do you rise?
To speak in support of the bill, please.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the gentleman from Camden County brought up the fact about will of the people and small business owners. As a business owner of a handful of businesses, I'd like to talk a little bit about the same concept that as a business owner, the people that voted this and the will of the people did not decide for me. They're not investing in my business. They're not risking their money for the business. They're not actually, the business plan in and of itself is not something that I think that the will of people should override my business plan. So I think that the lady has got a great bill. I did want to talk about an example. So we own a small manufacturing company that this would affect. So I actually pulled some numbers, and when we talk about the mandatory paid sick leave, just so you know, in a year, this would cost my small manufacturing company $31,000 when implemented in May. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot of money to most of you, but when you run a small business and the times have been tough and sometimes we've not even been able to make payroll, and I pulled that payroll from my own personal pocket, I take offense at the will of the people again. I respect that, and I don't want to insult anyone's intelligence, but this also came before the Committee of Commerce, and they talked about how the people knew what they were voting for. We had the Missouri Chamber of Commerce come in and say that they had to hire an attorney to basically decipher how this was going to affect small businesses. So while I understand that it passed, I support this lady's bill. I think we need to protect small business, and I urge you all to vote in favor. Thank you.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Clay, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the lady from Cass, please.
Does the lady from Cass yield?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you, lady. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I have some comments and some questions about your bill. First of all, I'm sure you are aware, or are you aware, that Proposition A did pass in your district?
Proposition A did pass in Cass County, but not in my district.
Not
my
in your
district
district.
goes down to Bates County.
Okay. Do you know what the percentage was in your district?
It was about 49%. It was very close. But
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said a couple of things in your opening that sort of made me think, and I made some notes here. So you made the comment that what works in the urban areas might not work in the rural areas, but I would think that the urban strongholds of Clark County, Adair County, Mississippi County, and Henry County, all of which passed Proposition A, might be a counter to that. What do you think? Because this isn't a situation where Proposition A just passed in the cities. This was a broad acceptance, percentage-wise, 57%, but also in a lot of different counties.
Well, when you look at it, what were people voting on? I can't tell you because I don't know.
Well, they were voting on a
$15
$15 an hour minimum wage and earn paid sick leave.
Or were they voting on one issue or both issues? I don't know that. So, do you know that?
Well, I know they voted yes.
Okay.
I mean, I know that they voted yes, whether they were voting for one or the other or both. And, you know, I think, too, you made a point about different businesses having different needs, and I think that's valid in terms of staffing. But you brought up restaurants. Mm-hmm. And, you know, restaurants are businesses that are very unlikely to offer sick leave because folks are shift workers. They're very unlikely to offer sick leave, but I would argue that those are the businesses that need it most, because how would you feel if you go into a restaurant and the person who is making your lunch wanted to call in today because they were sick, but they sure couldn't afford to miss that shift? And so when the lady from Cass comes in to order her lunch, sneezing, coughing, cooking, is that something that makes you feel safe?
First of all, that is a health hazard. And B, that would be up to that business. I believe that it is up to the employer and the employee to work out the details. Right now, you cannot. If you have something wrong, like pink eye or diarrhea or some other things, you are not. You cannot go to work
But
when
we
you
know,
are
lady,
dealing
that
with food.
we know that people do, though, because they don't have a choice. And I think that when we start talking about why an issue like this resonated with so many people, it's that because so many of us have had jobs where if you miss a shift, you don't know how you're going to make rent. Or if you miss a shift, you're afraid that you're going to have to cut that grocery budget in half for the week. And when we talk about earned sick time, which I think is a really important distinction to make, this is not a giveaway benefit. This is you earn an hour for every approximate week, 3/4 of a week that you work. I don't think it's that much of a lift, especially in the times that we are in, where money is tight and people don't have access to health care. And so, yeah. And so I think that, I don't know, I have disagreements with you on this, obviously. You know, and I think that, you know, completely sympathetic to concerns of business owners, but this is a quality of life issue. And thank you for indulging my inquiry.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak on the bill briefly again, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you. So, you know, the gentleman from Camden, too, alluded to the will of the people, and as did one of the other members. And, you know, trying to contest that there's any value in that as far as it relates to this discussion. But that is what it is about. And we have heard so many times in my first 2 years in this body, when we were trying to restrict the initiative petition process, how many times did we hear folks on the other side of the aisle say, we shouldn't amend the Constitution, that's not right, there's too much stuff in it? Well, this is the exact reason why people feel the need to amend the Constitution. Because Proposition A passed with 57%, and we are standing here fewer than 6 months later trying to overturn it. And so you can't have it both ways, to my friends on the other side of the aisle. Do you believe that we shouldn't be, amending the Constitution? Because if this bill passes, I guarantee minimum wage and paid sick leave, it'll be in the Constitution in 2026, because we will go to the ballot and we will do it again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from St. Charles, for what purpose do you rise?
Just plop it on the table. Thank you. Did he call on me?
Up here.
I didn't think you called on me.
Up here. I pointed up here, St. Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak in favor of the bill.
Proceed.
So I heard that number 57%. 57% of those that actually showed up to vote voted in favor of Prop A. So a couple things I'd like to bring to that. That's not the majority of the people. That's the majority of those that showed up to vote. What those 57% were voting on, those 57%, presumably, I'm taking the gentleman at his word, they voted to tell somebody else, in this case, the businesses of the state of Missouri, how much those businesses should pay them for their services. Now, that's market collusion for the purpose of price fixing, Mr. Speaker, which I'm pretty sure is a bad thing. If we allow that for labor...
Gentlemen, just a second, please. Would all in the chamber keep their conversations to a whisper or take them out in the hall? Proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. If we allow that for labor, where does the line end? Next time, do we have an initiative petition where the voters set the price of gasoline? Where the voters set the price of land? Mr. Speaker, just because 57% of the people that voted that day voted in favor of something, that doesn't make it right. They're taking away the choice of businesses to engage in free market. I think we need to ask ourselves the question, what is the right rule that we would apply across the board? And allowing businesses to collude for price fixing is against the law. I think it was Sherman Antitrust Act. Well, the same goes for people. You can't just decide that you are going to get paid whatever it is you think you're worth. So I just encourage this body to think about that. And remember that when minimum wage raises, it's actually the low-end people that suffer the most because they're the ones that have to buy those products and services that are served. So I am definitely in support of this bill. I do not think it goes far enough, but I'm happy it's going as far as it is for now. Thank you.
Further discussion, gentleman from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak on the legislation.
Proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard a lot of talk about small business, and I had some folks even email me identifying themselves as small business owners. I had one person email me, and I wrote back, and I said, tell me about the size of your business. He said, well, we have 2,500 employees. And I said, well, that's not a small business. The U.S. Small Business Administration actually defines what a small business is. If you're a manufacturing company, it's 500 or fewer employees. If you're a non-manufacturing company, it's annual receipts under $7.5 million. That's a small business. So let's keep that fact in mind when we talk about small businesses. It also sounds like we have a lot of small business owners in the room who may or may not economically benefit from this piece of legislation being passed. Maybe they should think about recusing themselves. Possibly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Jackson, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak on the bill.
Proceed, sir.
Thank you. You know, as I sit and listen to some of these folks talk about the benefits that have to be paid out and whether is it a right? I don't think it's a right. I think it's a benefit that if you don't get at the company that you're working with, you can always leave that business and go and find another one that may offer the benefits that you want. So I would urge the floor to vote in favor of this bill. I highly recommend.
Lay from St. Louis, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to speak on the bill.
Proceed.
Fear not, I will not exercise my members' privileges right now. I'm just going to say that this bill came through legislative review, and I strongly disapprove of this bill. So I'm asking that we vote no when this bill comes up. There was a lot of things in there that the voters, we have to remember, no matter what you're saying, the voters spoke. So we are taking away the will of the people. That's the reason why we have propositions, the will of the people. So let's remember that. It's the will of the people that voted for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion, Lane from Harrison, for what purpose do you rise?
To speak in support of the bill.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when Prop A came up, I had a dear friend of mine come to me. She was able to buy her grandpa's gas station that he has had in his family for over 60 years. My mom worked at this gas station, a couple of our family members as well, and it's still here today. And she called me in tears about Prop A, not about the minimum wage portion. She specifically talked about how she is even going to implement the paid sick leave. The fact is, even in the bill, it talks about different dates. But the one date, and I think this was really great that the lady from Cass spoke about, was that it's starting in May 1st. The other implementation was next year. But the sick leave, how do you even figure it out? What type of program do you use? Do you have multiple part-time? How do you accumulate it? And the fact is, you know, when we come to this body, we have people that talk all the time, especially about rural Missouri, in that we struggle to get businesses here. That's just a fact. And we're constantly trying to figure out how to help them. We talk a lot about tax credits. But then when we talk about these sort of initiatives that actually impact and is going to negatively impact my area, the friends and family that I know, and being able to run a business. One of my other good friends, he owns a movie theater in my county. He has this movie theater not to make money. I'd asked him the other day, I said, how's everything going? He said, it's been horrible after COVID. The only reason he even has the movie theater is because he wants to be able to give kids an option to do something while being in our county, because it's a small county. It's an hour and a half away from Kansas City. The next, I guess, bigger city would be Cameron. That's like 35 to 40 minutes away. But the fact is, he barely makes it just out of the kindness of his heart because he wants to add some value to our area, not because he's trying to make a lot of money. And it's sickening to me that we have these sort of initiatives, and most people just look and see minimum wage increase. When I was in college, I made $7.85, which, I heard from my grandparents. They always laugh and talk about how they made $2, and, it's always, well, I made, 50 cents 60 years ago. And that's all people saw when they voted for Prop A, which in my district, of course, it predominantly failed 57, 58%, because business owners that are just trying to make it new, and they know that this is the type of legislation that is going to impact them forever. And it also is going to impact people that want to start new businesses. In my age demographic, even having my good friend that was even able to buy her grandpa's gas station, she has 2 of them. It's sickening to me to think that somebody, a bigger corporation that has no ties to our community, that doesn't know the people that work there or care about them, could come in at any time and buy her out because she doesn't have the stability, the management to be able to figure out how to do this, because then you're going to be out of regulation. And it's heartbreaking to me. And I just want to say, when I heard that this bill was coming through, I said, praise the Lord. I was like, thank you so much to the representative from Cass County for this, because I had no idea what was going to happen. I didn't know what we were going to do to fix it. And so I think this is one of the most important bills that we actually passed this session, just because, of course, first, the deadline being in May, but also to give our business owners a second chance. And if people want to go, I guess, put it in the Constitution, then you'll have that fight in 2 years. But for now, this is for protecting our areas, our small businesses, that of our friends and our family. And I urge the body to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Jackson, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to speak on the bill.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, this is an important bill. And while big businesses and small businesses are both affected alike, another thing that affects big businesses is the Kansas City Chiefs. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to introduce Kansas City Chiefs legend Art Still, one of the most dominant defensive players of his era and a pillar of excellence both on and off the field. A standout at the University of Kentucky, he was a consensus All-American and the second overall pick in the 1978 NFL Draft. Over the course of his stellar 10-year career with the Chiefs, he became a 4-time Pro Bowler, a relentless force on the defensive line, and one of the most feared pass rushers in the league. His contributions helped shape the identity of the Chiefs defense, and his impact is still felt today. Art is not only a legendary former Kansas City Chiefs defensive end and Chiefs Ring of Honor, but also a dedicated advocate for amyloidosis awareness. Throughout his career on and off the field, he has demonstrated a commitment to making a difference in the lives of others. Mr. Steele came here today to testify in support of a bill designating May 8th as Amyloidosis Awareness Day in Missouri, helping to shine a light on this rare and often overlooked disease. His voice and platform bring much-needed awareness to a condition that affects many individuals and their families. Please join me in welcoming Art Steele to the Missouri Capitol. And he is joined today by Mike Lane, National Director for the Amyloidosis Army and ACCBF Amyloidosis Awareness Advocate. This is also a disease that affects businesses. So,
welcome to the House, gentlemen. Further discussion. Gentleman from Franklin, for what purpose do you rise?
To inquire from the bill sponsor.
Does the lady from Cass yield?
Yes.
You may proceed.
We're going to have a nice little private conversation
There you
here,
go.
I think. Just a brief review. I know you probably talked about it when you presented the bill, but I know it's a House Committee substitute, number 2 from what you originally had filed when I looked at that originally. So just briefly, give me just kind of a couple of key bullet points of how this process improved and what it is now, and what are some of the good changes you think came out of that process.
Originally, when I filed the bill the first time, it was kind of a placeholder because there were many businesses that were contacting me. I mean, I had constituents contact me immediately and say that they are thinking about closing their business, and that this would devastate them. So I, got with a group of businesses and did my due diligence. At first, we talked about the minimum wage and how much that would hurt. But then we came to realize, and it was not me that realized, it was them and me taking their information, that they could live with that, because you do get work. You're paying somebody, you can see the work. But the paid sick leave was just going to decimate businesses. I mean, you have to have it on the books for 3 years. Even if someone leaves, you still have to keep it there, because if they would come back to work, you have to reinstitute it. There's just so many nuances that it's hard to keep track of. And again, businesses are not all the same. So applying a one-size-fits-all, implementation just doesn't work for business.
Right. And a lot of the emails and text messages I've gotten from my small business community in Franklin County are touting that paid leave issue. They're not so much talking about the minimum wage and some of the incremental changes on that. Every single one of them talks about the paid leave and how much of a potential disaster that is, because there's nuances. It's really overregulation of what's happening again and enforcing that on small businesses. So I appreciate that, lady. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make an inquiry of the gentleman from Green Chapel District.
Does the gentleman from Green yield to the gentleman from Franklin?
I do, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, sir.
So I wanted to inquire of you, because I know we talked offline a little bit about this, and we always talk in constitutional areas. I know that's a lot of your focus when you come up and opine on things at the microphone. But to me, it seems like this is a overreach, big government voted by the people, unfortunately, to tell small businesses, private businesses, what they have to do. And we both know that whenever the government gets involved in things, President Reagan had a famous quote, the 7 most dangerous words is, "I'm here from the government, I'm here to help you." Your comment about just the nature of this bill and how it's going to decimate small business.
Well, this bill, to be clear, this bill would help because of what's...
The original Prop A, sorry.
Yeah, because it's fixing what was wrong.
Correct.
So there are several things. First of all, the minimum wage is actually 0. And the reason why the minimum wage is 0 is because when we make it so expensive that business owners, small or large, cannot afford to hire the labor that's necessary for them to perform their products, there aren't any jobs available. If I'm dating myself, but if the minimum wage is $4 an hour, and I have $100 an hour that I can allow for labor, I can hire 25 people. If it's $5 an hour, I can only hire 20. And 5 people are not going to have jobs. And every single time we've increased the minimum wage, this is what we've done to the labor force. We also made it nearly impossible for young people without life experience to be able to get a job, because frankly, they can't produce $15 an hour worth of labor that companies are willing to bring them on the payroll and give them the experience that they need. Furthermore, minimum wage, I'm not sure what we don't understand about the word minimum. People say, well, you can't raise a family on minimum wage. Well, you were never supposed to try. I lost my job in 1989. Deservedly so, I might add. I held no ill will. But my little girl was almost a year old. It was her first Christmas, and I lost my job. I had to go get 3 minimum wage jobs to make up the difference. My family never struggled beyond what I was having to deal with. But the reality of it is that until I was able to get another job and make money doing that one job, I had to work multiple minimum wage jobs. It wasn't fun. It wasn't anything I enjoyed. But if minimum wage had been anywhere near what we're trying to see it made to today, it absolutely wouldn't have been possible for me to do that.
I think it talks to your nature. Your nature wasn't to look to the government for help back then, was it?
Well, nor is it today.
As it should be.
May I further point out to your question about the Constitution?
Yes.
Article 3, Section 50 of the Missouri State Constitution, which I want to point out was ballot initiative approved by the people. So when we're talking the people's will, I got to ask, which will are we talking about here? Because Article 3, Section 50 says that any law that is proposed by ballot initiative, it says in the Constitution, petitions for laws shall contain not more than one subject, which shall be expressed clearly in the title, and the enacting clause thereof shall be it enacted by the people of the state of Missouri, that one subject. As the lady pointed out when she was inquired by the gentleman from across the aisle, she's not sure which of these options the people were voting for, and the gentleman's response was he didn't really care. They voted yes. That's the problem with multi-subject ballot initiatives. They're unconstitutional. The Supreme Court should have struck it down. Unfortunately, politics plays a role in all specters of governance.
But maybe we should walk across the street and give a copy of the Constitution to the members of the Supreme Court?
Well, I'm sure they've got a copy. I don't know how well read they are.
We can maybe help them. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak on the underlying bill.
Proceed.
Thank you, gentlemen from Green. The ladies' bill does a good fix on what is a real serious problem to our small business owners, and they've been struggling for many, many years. It started with COVID and government forcing small businesses to close or to shutter their doors or to make changes, based on unrealistic, claims back a few years ago. And then we had Biden inflation and all the challenges there for the input costs and the consumers, but also the business owners and what they could charge. And they were losing customers because they didn't want to pass across those costs to their consumers, and they had to eat that. And they would have to either lay off some people or try not to lay them off because they were good workers for them, and they try to do the best thing. But what happens is government keeps on putting layers and layers and layers of regulation and pressures on small businesses that eventually we get tax money from, but they're decimating them, and they're not getting a break with that. The supply chain issue. And then there's also the largesse of the social welfare program. Where does that tax money come from? The generators of that are the small business owners. So this ladies' bill is an excellent fix. It shouldn't have been done in the first place because it's for a different conversation. The idea of initiative petition for anything in the Constitution or even statutory, I submit to you there was not the vetting that goes on in this chamber, the vetting that goes downstairs in the hearing rooms when this proposition was gathering the signatures and they had to put on the summary ballot and put on the ballot. I don't think there was probably wall-to-wall coverage, wall-to-wall hearings, back and forth, like the lady made some changes on her original bill and talked to her business owners. I don't think that process happened. That's why that IP process for a different conversation needs to be improved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from St. Louis County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the bill handler.
Does lady yield?
Yes, thank you.
Proceed.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm all right. Just curious. Who asked you to write this bill?
Nobody asked me to write this bill. I had town halls when I was going out before the election to speak about this because I saw the negative consequences. I was a businesswoman. I set pricing. I did forecasting. I did things like this, and I know that the added costs that we're going to incur is going to make prices go up. And if you look at the competition, you always have to look at the competition, and you look at the surrounding states. Kansas, for instance, just look at the restaurant industry. They're at $2.13 for a server. Granted, you can come to Missouri and make a little bit more at minimum wage, but when you are a business and you're looking at your fixed cost, someone might throw out and say, hey, Leawood, perhaps the rent is a bit more. It might be, but you know what that is. You do not know what your costs are going to be when you're looking at a labor,
Okay.
and especially with a sick leave.
Can you kind of break down a little more in detail your issues with Prop A?
It would be the sick leave. That is the biggest issue that I have heard from businesses and from feedback. Well, for instance, I got an email yesterday or the day before that I work for manufacturers. I was in the retail grocery business. I got an email from someone that owned 3 grocery stores, and they were looking at another one, and they decided they just can't do it based upon Proposition A, so they passed.
When
and
is
now
when
there's
is the
nobody there.
opportunity like? Because I am still kind of new. So when in the process of the IP process of the initiative petition process, when is there an opportunity to challenge on signatures or anything like that?
Well, that would be the Secretary of State's office. That is not me.
Gotcha.
You
But
know,
there could have been a challenge to this like a long time ago, and that opportunity wasn't taken. Is that right?
Again, I don't work for the Secretary of State. I don't know. I can tell you that this legislation was identical, well, almost identical, to Alaska, and the same party that pushed this, the largest person that was behind this in terms of money was a company called 1630 Foundation, and they did almost identical things in Alaska.
Lady, I've always thought of Missouri as like America, the land of possibilities, where anything is possible, given a fair shot. I don't think there's anything that our workers and folks who live in Missouri, I don't think there's nothing we can't do. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
I don't see how this bill removes barriers for folks to achieve that dream. That's not a question, just more of a statement. Mr. Speaker, may I speak on the bill?
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, like I said to the lady, I think Missouri is a land of possibilities, just like our great country. We should be removing barriers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Missouri is a land where a humble guy from Greene County and a great Korean kid from Jackson County can go on to be the floor leader and speaker of the Missouri House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, I think this bill doesn't remove barriers. I think it actually increases barriers to success for folks to achieve the American dream. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lay from Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, to speak on the bill, please.
Proceed.
So in Jackson County, we have a very small town called Buckner, Missouri. It's a drive-through town. There's really not any destination to go to for purpose until an incredible restaurant named Toscano's opened up in that particular little town. Now that town is a go-to. People come from Kansas City, they come from Kansas, they come from all over the central Missouri to eat at this restaurant. This restaurant is the soul of this little town. And unfortunately, they posted on Facebook that because of Proposition A, they would be forced to close. So on behalf of small businesses, such as this one, that help keep small towns open, I ask that the House respectfully vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion, gentleman from St. Louis, District 72.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak on the legislation, please.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we've heard about the popular vote, the opinion of Missourians. That's one of the things that makes this state great, is that our constituents actually get to weigh in with the Constitution and with statute. But, you know, this is a discussion about sick time and minimum wage. Start off with the minimum wage. You know, minimum wage was one of the things that pulled us out of the Great Depression. We'd had all these policies designed to keep the rich rich, no safety in the workplace. We had 12-year-olds working factory lines, and there was no such thing as a living wage, a minimum wage. This idea that minimum wage isn't supposed to pay your bills is wrong, Mr. Speaker. The truth of the matter is that a minimum wage is supposed to put a roof over your head, feed your family, and pay your expenses on a 40-hour work week. That was the intention behind it. And we used to tie it to the cost of living index. So in 1946, we severed it from the cost of living index, meaning that we need to vote through Congress in order to change those rates. Now, what's happened in the meantime is Congress doesn't get around to it ever so often, and so the cost of living has gone up and up and up and up, and minimum wage has kind of sat idling down, moving up a little bit here and there. Truth be told, had it been left with the cost of living index, it'd be about $26 an hour right now. Minimum wage. To sweep the floors in the mall, minimum wage. Unskilled labor, minimum wage. To feed your family and keep a roof over your head, minimum wage. My dad was the only person who worked in my household. My mom stayed home, raised the kids. He managed to have a house, a couple cars in the driveway, took care of our bills, expenses, all that stuff. He never made more than $26,000 a year. That says something about our changing economics, doesn't it? Because he was skilled labor, carried a union card, he was a machinist. He got paid well. Good pay was $26,000 a year when I was growing up. So that's something we all need to be thinking about. As a person in the process of buying a business, I respect my employees to be. I'm already in negotiations with them about pay rate. I'm in negotiations with them about supplying benefits. I got no fear in doing this. I'll pay my bills. I'll do okay. And if I take maybe a couple thousand less home a year, that's not going to hurt me. The important part is the people who do the work. You know, our economy is built on the backs of people who work, which is why when higher minimum wage has existed in our economy does fantastic. Because a family can go out and sit in a restaurant and eat a meal, go see a movie, take in a show. They can buy things. They can save up for a John boat. They can do things that propel our economy forward, because the wealthy don't do that. The wealthy don't create any more jobs. They're looking to hack jobs down so they can lower costs. The wealthy buy one yacht every 10 years. That's nice. But you know, you give a working guy enough money to go out hunting on the weekend, enough money to buy himself a John boat. He spends it in the economy. He supports other businesses, other people's jobs. That's why it's important to make sure that our minimum wage keeps up with the cost of living. Now, when we're talking about sick pay, I've got a lot of business owners telling me they want this because it costs them more when they got a sick staff, because one person has to come in and work and gets everybody else sick. It's like around here. What's one of the rules around here? If you're sick, go home, because you don't want to make the legislature sick and shut the government down. Well, that happens to a small business just the same. It doesn't do any good if somebody's sick on the job, except for contaminating everything at the workplace and making their coworkers sick. Now, this is 1 earned hour per 30 hours of work. So you're up to 240 hours of labor before you even get 1 day earned off. And I'm sorry if people claim they're having problems with the math, but for me, it's a simple phone call to my payroll folks going, hey, we got a new law here, 1 hour per 30. Okay, no problem. How tough was that? You know, the truth of the matter is, this is just another act to resist popular opinion and keep the working man down in the trough. And I'm ashamed of this legislature for even thinking about doing this, especially when it's fresh in everybody's mind. I'm a no vote. But I want everybody to understand in this room why I'm a no vote, why this is important legislation in the first place. We should be helping the folks that we represent, because I guarantee you most of the people in here are not representing multimillionaires. My district is filled with people making minimum wage, working a couple jobs. Both people in the household working a couple jobs. That's not fair. That's not right. We got to change that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from St. Charles, for what purpose do you rise?
To speak on the bill, sir.
Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have spent my career talking to business owners, large business owners, small business owners, mid-size, you name it. And one of the things that has always been an issue is the fact that costs keep rising. Now, I realize that it's important for families to be able to make living wages. I don't dispute that. But the issue that happens is I have small business owners in my district, Main Street, St. Charles. One of them actually called me up. Guy owns an ice cream shop. Ice cream, sort of the luxury, the epitome of a luxury purchase. And he called me and he said, Travis, this is very simple. We will have a staff right now of, let's say, between 15 and 20 people. And he said, we can do 2 of these following 3 things. He said, we can pay more and we can pay the sick leave. We can maintain our current staff, but we cannot stay open. He said, we can pay more, lower our staff, and stay open. So what this, in effect, does is it actually constricts job creation. And that's just one of many. That's, I understand that's an anecdotal story, but that's one of the many types of stories that I was contacted with. I've got business owners. I've got multi-million-dollar business owners that this is going to affect as well. And so it affects people from all stripes and from all categories. So I would encourage the body to vote in favor of this, not because we're trying to be punitive to those who are in need of better wages. I don't dispute that wages need to go up, but because business owners need to be protected from this particular situation, which could be very harmful to their businesses. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the time.
Further discussion. Lane from St. Louis City. For what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak on the bill?
Proceed.
Thank you. We've heard a lot today about different kinds of business owners and different kinds of employees. And so for me, I have been both a small business owner and I have been a employee. We've talked a lot about servers and restaurant owners. Some of you who came to the Women's Legislative event got to experience my bartending skills. And I was a very successful bartender. I was good at it. I made a lot of money when I was able to go to work. When I wasn't able to go to work, I didn't make any money. And I was fortunate enough to have a family who, in the event of a medical catastrophe or a couple days where I couldn't go to work, if I struggled, I could call my dad. I could call my mom. At that point in my life, I could have called my grandma. Somebody would have helped me pay my bills. And so today I want to talk about the Missourians who don't have somebody who can help them and why it is so important that we consider paid medical leave for folks. I respect our small business community. I respect the business owners who are figuring out how to make this work. But what I don't like hearing is that we're pitted against each other. It's like business versus consumer. And the fact is we're all in it together. Because if we can't afford to buy things, then businesses can't sell anything. So it feels like we are in this together. And I'm not sure what the path forward is. I do not think that without implementation, it's hard for this body to actually know the cost or the impact because we haven't actually implemented the bill yet. We haven't been able to see how it's supposed to play out. And what I am most concerned about is that this legislature has a responsibility to maintain trust with our constituency. And when we do things like this, we ruin the trust that we're building with our constituents. And, you know, there's a lot in this bill that I think really benefits business, and I want to speak to how we can benefit the consumer and our people who are one medical emergency away from catastrophe. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Taney, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak on the bill?
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, Branson, Missouri has numerous theaters, attractions, restaurants, and a ton of small businesses. These businesses have contacted me. They are extremely concerned, especially about the paid sick leave portion. We understand that whether I agree with it or not, the minimum wage issue I can set aside in that already in our tourist town, people are making over minimum wage for entry-level jobs. But if a theater employs 100 people and he is forced through mandate to pay sick leave, a week's paid sick leave for all 100 employees, he's going to have to fire a minimum of 2, maybe 3 employees to pay for the ones that are left behind. That will hurt our tourist economy. We need to keep those people working. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm 100% in support of the bill.
Further discussion. Lady from Jackson, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak to the bill?
Proceed.
Thank you. I wanted to speak to this bill. I sit on Commerce Committee, and I spoke about this bill and other iterations of the bill that came before us. When I was initially assigned to the Commerce Committee, I had a conversation with the committee chair, and the committee chair encouraged me to go back to my community, which is Kansas City, Missouri, and to make a very strong and concerted effort to meet with business organizations, large and small, to get their insights and perspectives on some of the legislation coming before us. And I wanted to do that. I needed to be better informed about where business stood. And so I spent 6 consecutive weekends in meetings with small business organizations in the city of Kansas City. Collectively, those organizations that I met with represent over 2,500 small businesses in downtown Kansas City, Midtown, the Brookside area where I reside, Waldo, South Kansas City, River Market, and other areas. Not a one of them asked me to come back and overturn this bill. Not a one of them said this was their top priority. In fact, it wasn't even in their top 5 priorities. What they want is good infrastructure. What they want are roads and highways that are well taken care of. What they want are good schools and healthy environments, because they want to attract workers and they want to attract new enterprise. No one at any point in time has said to me, this bill will cripple our business. I think it's important to think about Missouri is ranked 34th in all states for minimum wage. We're sitting lower than half. We want to have a competitive advantage, but we're suggesting that a $13.75 an hour minimum wage is going to kill enterprise in the state of Missouri. Even as businesses are grappling with higher costs, so are low-wage workers. And like some of my other colleagues who've spoken on this, I really see those individuals as the backbone of our state. They are the ones doing work in child care, in senior home health care. They are teachers' aides. They are working in restaurants and food preparation and services. They are agricultural workers and in many, many jobs. These are hardworking folks. They bring labor that benefits our state. Just to wrap it up here, we hear a lot about we want a prosperous Missouri, but we cannot have a prosperous Missouri if the only way to prosperity is on the backs of our low-wage workforce. I see, as a lifelong Missourian, Missouri as bold and capable of thinking big and accomplishing large things. But to suggest, as I feel like I'm hearing her today, that the only way we can accomplish big things is by keeping people at a diminished minimum wage that, in fact, even with the raise, will not cover the essential costs of living, I don't see any path to prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Lady from St. Louis, do you rise?
I want to comment on the bill as well as introduction of special guests.
Proceed.
First of all, November 5th, 2024, our constituents voted yes on Prop A. They put their trust in us. They voted for our governor as well as our president. It would be wrong for us to repeal this bill and vote this bill back in and just reverse it like that. I encourage this body to please vote no on this bill in support of our constituents. They trusted us. We need to trust them. Please vote your district. And Mr. Speaker, to the rear of the room in the balcony, I have St. Louis County NAACP President, Mr. John Bowman. If the House will please give him a hand.
Welcome to the House. Further discussion. Gentleman from St. Louis City, for what purpose do you rise?
To speak on the bill.
Proceed.
So this bill in particular, I'm speaking in opposition to the bill. I would encourage the body to do the same. We've heard all throughout today about, the will of the people, and it's very discouraging. And I think that it's only a matter of time, like mark my words, if we continue to do this in this body where the voters voice their opinions and we come back immediately and overturn it, it's only going to be a matter of time before they put a proposition on the board to fire all of us. So I think that's something that we need to consider. I heard some vignettes earlier today speaking about how challenging it is for business owners when they're sitting there late at night and they have to make payroll at the end of the month and having to balance that, the weight of having their employees' livelihood on the line. And I certainly sympathize with that. But what I would offer is the vignette of a single mother who has to work multiple jobs, who can't afford to take off because her job doesn't offer paid sick time. So she can't even provide for her kids unless she's going into work with the flu or whatever. And I think that's a very, very, very challenging situation. I can't tell you how many times where I've knocked on doors and people have come to the door to say, the number one issue that I have, I don't know how to fix it. I don't know what you can do, but life is hard right now. That gap that exists between what people are making to how costly everything is in this world, and it's only getting higher. That gap is only getting wider as time progresses. So I think that it's not about, I heard people speaking about variable costs versus fixed costs, the challenge for multimillionaires versus working day people. We have to look at the core of what we're talking about, right? At the very core of this discussion is about like it's very challenging for low income workers in terms of the minimum wage and having paid sick time. What I will say is that businesses can't vote, right? The people put this on the ballot, and I think we should listen to them, and they've spoken. So I would just like to encourage the body to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion. Gentleman from St. Louis City, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire the bill handler.
Does the lady from Cass yield?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you, lady. I really appreciate it. So, it was a great hearing in the Commerce Committee. We hashed it out, and there were a few good points that I want to go over with you, but we agreed, and on this floor today, I'm going to say I'd like once and for all to put it to bed. This Prop A was not passed by big government. Would you agree with that statement?
It wasn't passed by big government. Is that
right.
what you said?
It was not passed by big government.
It was passed. No, it was not passed by big government.
Right, because we even talked about it in committee, saying unless we consider big government, the everyday voters that came out in large numbers because it was a presidential election, that is how this became a law, correct?
Well, it was pushed on the ballot by an outfit called 1630 Foundation.
Not
and
big
they
government,
did take
though,
that.
right?
I
Not
mean,
big government.
But that was outside influences. That was not Missouri.
I wouldn't debate that with you, but I'm just saying it's not big government. Okay.
Yes.
Then it was said, and we've talked a little bit about the minimum wage, and for years I keep saying, if, to the gentleman from St. Louis County's point, if we would always use CPI on all kinds of things we have and slowly ratchet up both benefits and fixed item taxes, we wouldn't get so out of whack. Certainly the minimum wage is one of those things. And even though there's been a bunch of comments from your side of the aisle about minimum wage, in the hearing, the minimum wage going to 15 was really not part of the debate. Would you agree with that? It was 10% versus the 90% issue.
Correct.
Okay, so those two things, no big government and minimum wage increase, was not the issue.
I will say this, the only issue with the minimum wage, because it is being implemented and some of the businesses did not plan for this. And many businesses are already paying over that. But it does bring another caveat to the conversation. So say you're already making $15 and suddenly the minimum wage is $15. What do you do for those employees? So that's a whole nother, that's more money that you have to give other employees. And you don't have to do anything. I will say that.
That's
you
correct.
do not have to do anything. And you don't have to forego a sick leave. You don't have to reduce pay. You don't have to do anything if you are not adhering to this. This is just the basics of what is to be done.
And then in the committee hearing, we went over, and I think it was myself and a couple of people brought up the importance from the employer's point of view. And I do sympathize with small business, for sure I do. But we're an at-will employment state, and that brings a lot of power to those employers, correct?
It does.
It does. I mean, for sure. The last part, now I'm going to leave you with this. When we talked about the implementation of the sick leave policy, that really is the crux of certainly the testimony in committee. It was not the minimum wage. And it certainly is, I think, the part that gives you the most heartburn, correct?
Correct. It's the part that gives most of the businesses the heartburn. And again, I had a neighbor I called and asked him. He's a good friend, and he's got a lot of different views than me. And I said, hey, I want your opinion. I don't want mine. I want to know what you think. And I asked him what he voted for. And I said, you voted for minimum wage, didn't you? And he said, yes. And he told me a bunch of reasons. And I said, great. I said, what else do you vote for? He's like, I don't know. What did I vote for? I said, did you vote for sick pay? Yes, I voted for sick pay. I said, did you know what that entails? And I told him several things. And he said, well, I didn't know that. He said, how did that happen? I said, because people, you go to the store or wherever you're at, and they ask you to sign, and most people are not going to read 8 pages.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you on that. And then even on the wording of the ballot, both to the Supreme Court and your side of the aisle objects to the Supreme Court's determination on the validity of it. And I'm like, really? Okay. And then, so strictly going back to what the gentleman from St. Louis County, and even in committee this came up. So let's keep it relatively simple. 1 hour earned for every 30 hours worked. And if correct so far.
That is correct. In Missouri, it's 30.
And that would come out to, let's just keep it really simple, 6 sick days a year for a basically full-time employee. Maybe get somewhere between 6 and 10, depending on how many hours you work, correct?
You could accrue, I think, up to 80 hours during a year, and then you could carry those over for 3 years.
Correct. So that's the whole use it or lose it thing, and I said that was a caveat we might. But just getting down to how many you can have. So you get to 80 hours. It also said in committee, if you already have vacation time or just PTO, you can, because we're an at-will state, you can just say there was 2 weeks of vacation and 5 PTO days, and you could just say, I'm changing that. Now I've got the sick days and make up the balance just in PTO, correct? And it really didn't change the number of days that the employees were already given, correct?
Correct in some ways, but
in what ways is that not correct?
Well, it was brought up that big business is not a small business. And when you look at some of the big manufacturers, and I can't remember who brought up they brought up the definition of small business. A big manufacturer will look at that package and they will say, okay, instead of X, Y, and Z dates of vacation and so much sick leave and so many holidays, I'm going to merge them all together, and you can just have PTO. You can be sick, you can take a vacation day, you can take a holiday, but this is what you get. Because at the end of the day, there is no magic money. I wish there was sometimes, but there isn't. And it all comes down to how much money the employer has before they go out of business. And businesses are in business to make money unless they're a nonprofit.
I agree with all that, except for really your final analysis of the situation. So I would just say that since we're an at-will state, I can make my benefits whatever I want. I need no input. Unless I'm covered by a collective bargaining agreement, and then my hunch is we've already got the sick days in there. I have a lot of flexibility in saying PTO versus sick time, and if I have to merge those together, I can. And I say that, I know a bunch of people keep saying small business owners. I have 25 employees, and that's exactly what we do. And I'll have to do some tweaks because of this, because this is more sick days than we have in our employee handbook, and I'm going to rotate some sick days for PTO days. I don't know exactly. My last thing I'm going to leave you with, and this is maybe my biggest single takeaway, because tomorrow we're going to have another bill, and I'm going to be on the other side of this issue, but this bill hasn't even been implemented yet. To win an election with 57% of the vote just in November, and to not have experienced, I know people are worried, they're thinking maybe I can't do it, but to say we haven't even tried what was the will of the people, that's the part that I think is just a little bit unconscionable. It was passed, try it, let's go several years and see if it burns down. Maybe that's overly simplistic, but that overriding a vote that just happened without the implementation, it gives me the most heartburn and why I'm opposed to your bill. If you'd like to comment on that.
The only thing I would like to comment is the 1375 has been implemented. The 15 should be implemented. The sick leave is the question that we have. And again, I don't know what people were voting on. Many voted on both, but some didn't. Some voted on the sick leave, some voted on the minimum wage. So it was very confusing, and it would have been much easier if we would have had one single subject.
Thanks for that. Thanks for the inquiry. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from St. Louis. For what purpose do you rise?
To speak on the bill from a microphone, not my own.
Proceed.
Thank you. I do appreciate the sponsors' comments at the very beginning of this debate about how this bill really is to overturn the November election where Prop A passed by 14 or 15 points. I wanted it to not be lost that of the body here, we were all elected in the exact same election at the exact same time. One of the comments that was made was that Prop A was overly complicated. People maybe liked some parts, didn't like other parts. I was elected in the November election. I like to think of myself as being fairly complicated. My wife voted. I don't know if she voted for me or for someone else. She thinks she knows every part of me as a bill. I try to convince her that's not the case from time to time, but she's probably right. But most of us are complicated folks, and all of us were elected in the exact same election. Out of all of us, 11 of us won our elections by 6 points or less. 6 points or less. Prop A won by 14 or 15 points. The gentleman from 12 won by less than a point. The gentleman from 15 won by 6. The gentleman from 17 won by 4. The gentleman from the 21st won by 3. The gentleman from the 34th won by 4. The gentleman from the 38th won by 4 points. The lady from the 98th won by 5. The gentleman from the 100th won by less than a point. The gentleman from the 105th won by 6 points. The gentleman from the 132nd won by 3 points. And the lady from the 136th won by 2 points in the exact same election. Only the people who voted, not all Missourians, only the people in their district who were voting on that day. And yet we've made no effort to overturn any of those 11 elections. None. Even though all of those people are far more complicated than Proposition A was, we haven't tried to overturn any of those 11 elections, and all of those elections were won by less than half the margin that Prop A won. The other comment I heard was what works for one county doesn't work for another. And I just wanted to go back to the history. Recall that St. Louis City attempted to raise their minimum wage, and they were stopped by this body that insisted that statewide we apply the exact same minimum wage to every Missourian. And so then to turn around and not take our own medicine is a piece of hubris that I want this body to recognize. Thank you.
Further discussion. Gentlelady from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a gentlelady, and may I please inquire of the bill sponsor?
Does the gentlelady from Cass yield to the gentlelady from Jackson?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Hello, gentlelady.
Hello, gentle lady.
Okay. So I want to start with a piece of good news. I come bearing good news. The other gentlelady from Jackson, from the Caton district, brought up a restaurant called Toscano's that had closed. They are back open. In fact, they reopened a couple days after they announced that they were going to close. The special tonight is prime rib if you were in the Buckner area in Jackson. So good news. They were able to pull that together. Okay, so the second part is this. Been talking a lot about elections in here. You know I've been here for a minute. So I've heard lots and lots of people on your side of the aisle. Every time we have an election, they try to pull back whatever ballot initiative just passed. We saw it with Medicaid, saw it with right to work, saw it with marijuana medical, saw it with marijuana recreational. We've seen it with abortion. We've seen it every time the people in your districts vote on an initiative petition because they hate them. And I also noticed, stop me if I'm wrong, it was the number one priority of your caucus in this building, your conference, whatever you guys call it these days, to reform IP over the last few cycles. We haven't debated that on the floor. I guess we're slow tracking IP reform this year. I guess that's not the top of the goals. I get why you guys don't like this. I get why you guys don't like the other initiative petitions. You feel like your power is being taken away from you as the super majority who holds a trifecta of power in this state. I get it. The part that irks me is that you guys repeatedly call your constituents dumb. You say that they're too stupid to understand what they voted for. I mean, you don't use those words, but they hear you loud and clear. And they continue to vote for these policies. And like my friend, the gentleman from St. Louis said earlier, we're complicated, these bills are complicated. Elected officials are complicated. So I want to ask you, lady, did you vote for President Trump in this election?
That's really not relevant.
Okay. I mean, I voted for Kamala Harris, so it's not a secret.
That has nothing to do with
I have
this
a point.
bill.
There is a correlation, I promise you. This is not a gotcha. Because if you voted for President Trump, you voted for tariffs, didn't you?
That is not part of this bill. I can't speak on that.
Right.
I don't have any conversation
but what we've
President.
been talking about and what you've been saying on the floor is that the cost of your meals are going to go up because of this bill. I don't know if y'all checked your 401k in the last couple days, but make sure you take a baby aspirin before you do.
Or something stronger.
Or something stronger, right. And I haven't heard any of my colleagues talk about tariffs. And I think that's really interesting because you guys talk about taxes every single day. But what are tariffs if not taxes put on the consumers? And that's that's what's going to kill our businesses. It's not the will of the people. Because I'm not interested in talking about the policy of this bill because it's literally every single time the people of this state pass a ballot initiative, this is the response. This is the response. Roll it back. They were wrong. They were right to elect us. They were right to elect the super majority. But lady, I got to tell you, you guys are right about something. Elections have consequences. Thank you.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interesting debate we've been hearing. I rise in strong support of this bill, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a critical step in ensuring that our economic stability of Missouri's businesses and the welfare of our workers continue. It repeals what I believe and what many believe is a burdensome earned paid sick leave time and the mandates that came with that with Proposition A that threaten our businesses, threaten to overwhelm our small businesses with red tape and extra costs that inevitably will get transferred to the consumer. I also want to mention this, Mr. Speaker. I don't know that a lot of people realize that some of these ballot initiatives are funded largely by foreign nationals through nonprofit organizations that are putting millions of dollars into what we should do with our businesses in Missouri. Now, I think that's really suspect, Mr. Speaker. The 1630 fund put almost up to $3 million into Proposition A. Missourians for Healthy Families and Fair Wages. Sounds like a great organization with a good name, but they're known for supporting extremely progressive causes, and they've played a significant role in getting either constitutional amendments passed in this state, or in this case, a propositional amendment. Millions of dollars that have been spent from foreign billionaires on what we should do with our businesses in Missouri. I think that in itself is a huge red flag as to what the real impetus of this legislation that was passed on the ballot is actually trying to do. I think that should never be allowed, by the way. In fact, I have a bill that addresses foreign influence in our initiative petition process because several of the things that have gotten passed in our state has not been funded by people in our state. And I think that's a problem, Mr. Speaker. In my home county, I've heard people saying we're overturning the vote of the people. In my home county of Newton, which is God's country, by the way, 58% of voters said no to Proposition A in my county. They voted it down. They saw through the complexity of this issue. They saw through the convoluted language of Proposition A, and they recognized the strain that this would cause on businesses. Folks that are already working hard to just barely keep their doors open may not be able to keep their doors open any longer if we don't get this bill passed. So this bill actually honors the voters in my district and their voices and similar voices throughout the state who share those concerns. And it's my job as a legislator to be that voice, and that's what I'm doing right here. By stripping away the extremely convoluted sick leave rules and focusing on a straightforward wage adjustment, we're giving businesses the breathing room that they need to survive. And not just survive, but to thrive. So I think immediate action is needed and essential to preserve the financial health of our state's economy. This isn't about denying workers fair pay. It's about balancing their needs with the sustainability of the businesses that employ them. So I urge you to vote yes on this bill for Newton County, for small businesses, and for a stronger Missouri. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask the body to follow my lead and vote yes.
Gentleman from Green, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, to speak on the bill.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose this bill in its entirety. I think that it's quite clear from the election in November of 24, like we've heard several times today. Voters came out, made their voices heard, and you can look at the election results and see that yourself. This isn't something that you have to come into this body and think, I wonder how my district thinks. I wonder what they're doing. Let me send out a poll. You don't have to do it. We already did it. We did it in November of 2024, and it passed with 57% of the vote. A better name for this bill would have been Make the Workers Work While Sick Act, because that's what we're doing. I've heard it several times, and I think it's a great name. Regional minimum wage was brought up, and I think the gentleman from the Boyko district for bringing that point up. The reason that we can't have regional minimum wage, we can't have minimum wage that works in St. Louis but doesn't work in Amsterdam, like we heard the bill sponsor say earlier, is because the majority party said no. The majority party said no. And now we're going to sit here and we're going to say, well, it doesn't work here, but it does work there. The reason we can't do that is because of you guys. That's why. This bill is not a hard decision. Look at your district results, look at the votes, and vote your district. I have respect from the gentleman from Newton because he's respecting the vote of his voters. He's going to stand up and not vote for this bill because he looked at what his voters wanted. They don't want Prop A, so I respect him for standing up and saying, I'm going to respect them and vote no. Everybody who this passed in should be voting no, back up. He's voting yes on this bill because they said no in November. Everybody here who had constituents who said yes in November should be voting no on this bill when it comes to the floor. If it passed in your district, vote no on this bill. Represent your district. We talked a lot about outside entities, out-of-state people. I'm going to look at MEC reports when I get home today, and I hope that there's not a single person on the other side of this building that got a single penny from somebody from outside of this state. Because apparently it's bad for our initiative petition, but it's not bad for politicians. I don't think so. Mr. Speaker, there's all kinds of things wrong with this bill. Not only does it absolutely ignore the voters, it doesn't take care of workers, it doesn't help the economic development of our state, and it's a bad bill, and I ask everyone to vote no. Thank you.
Further discussion, lady from St. Louis.
Thank you, Speaker. To speak on the bill.
Proceed.
Thank you. I just want to speak briefly on this bill. I am very much against it for all the reasons that my caucus has already mentioned. We voted for it in November. It certainly passed in my district. As a matter of fact, it passed more, higher percentage of voting than I won my election, but I'm not arguing about that. But I will say, all I have heard today, we start every day in here with a prayer. And everyone in here talks about their commitment to the Lord and religion, and every day I hear those words. And all I am hearing here today is we are not going to take care of the less fortunate, we are not going to take care of the poor, and we're not going to take care of the sick. And I think that is very disappointing to hear this group of people say that they are willing to let people not get paid for sick leave, and we certainly don't want to have them raise their minimum wage. Why would we not want to pay our workers in Missouri a wage that allows them to support their families? I am a small business owner, and I would not be able to sleep at night if I was paying my workers something that was just embarrassing and shameful. And I think that you all should think about that when you vote. The voters just passed this overwhelmingly in Missouri. Not every county, but the state did. And I definitely oppose this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Jefferson, for what purpose do you rise?
To speak on the bill.
Proceed.
This came through the Speaker's Commerce Committee, and we've heard several variations of the bill. And through the discussion, we found out that there's multiple industries affected by this. In 2024, December, the unemployment rate in Missouri was like 3.7%. So it's not that we're hurting the workers, and to compete for those jobs for those employees, we have to incentivize those workers properly. Otherwise, we risk losing them to other employers. So that's number one. If we don't incentivize or take care of our employees, we're not going to have any of them. So that's just a free market situation. Additionally, there's companies that work intrastate and who travel through our state, such as the trucking industries. The railroads were already exempted in the original language. And the barge industries, they spend some time on and off and in and out of state. So there are just fundamental complications with the bill. I don't think that the original Prop A language was very well thought out, or did it include all of these industries that have subtle variations to their employment. So I want to talk about salesmen, for example, who don't typically clock in to work. They basically just make a commission based on the amount of jobs or trucks or cars that they sell. The other area I'd like to touch on is the salary people who are also already paid sick leave, in that they're paid the same amount of money every week, every month of the year. So they're not currently clocking in. And as long as they get their jobs done and administrate their duties properly, they're going to get paid sick leave. So there's a lot of things that were not properly vetted in the creation of Prop A. And I'm really not, speaking in strong support or opposition of either way. It's a good bill. It's got to get handled. We've got to take care of it. There's just so many industries affected by this in such a negative way, in an unexpected way, that there should be enough time to properly consider the compliance piece of the bill. How are we going to now cause our salary executives to clock in or not clock in? How are we going to rate their time? So I think that's the point of the bills coming to the Capitol, is so that we can properly vet them through two chambers. There was 100%, on the IP issue, there was 100% outside money used in the campaign to influence the voters ahead of Prop A. So, I'm going to go ahead and support this bill. I would suggest that the majority support the bill. It's a good bill. It gets the ball into the other court, and we can move on from there. But the industries that are affected are the commission workers, the salary workers. The truckers are not mentioned in the original Prop A language, and neither were the barge workers. And so obviously there is some implementation issues that we need to address. And until those are addressed, I think that we should pass this bill out of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Lay from St. Louis. For what purpose do you rise?
To speak on the bill.
Proceed.
I've been sitting here just listening, and it really angers me. We do not respect the voters. They voted for Proposition A. And I don't understand. It's the way everyone kept saying, the way it was worded. They changed it, and it's still a problem. I just don't get it. Are we going to challenge every district? I mean, are we going to continue to challenge if it don't go your way? We're going to bring it back to the House and redo it. My thing is, I am voting no on this. The people has spoken. Let their voices be heard. Thank you.
Further discussion, seeing none. Lay from class, you're recognized to close.
I renew my motion.
The lady from Cass renewed her motion for the adoption of House Committee Substitute Number 2 for House Bills 567, 546, 758, and 958. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes clearly have it. Lady from Cass.
I renew my motion.
The lady from Cass renewed her motion for the perfection and printing of House Committee Substitute Number 2 for House Bills 567, 546, 758, and 958. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have you perfected and printed House Committee Substitute Number 2 for House Bills 567, 546, 758, and 958. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next order of business is announcements.
Announcements. There we go. All right. Gentleman from Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Transportation will meet at 4:30 in Hearing Room 3.
Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Special Committee on Urban Issues will meet immediately upon adjournment in House Hearing Room 5. Thank you.
Gentleman from St. Louis.
Mr. Speaker, introduction of a special guest.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. And I thank everyone here in the body that sat through a very long day of legislating. But today I have the honor of introducing Mr. J.R. Chappell. Chappell with 2 P's and 2 L's, yes, from Springfield, Missouri. Native Missourian, worked for the Missouri Department of Youth Services for 20 years. Afterwards, he wanted to change careers, went to Cox College in Springfield and University of Missouri, Kansas City to study and become a nurse practitioner. After 15 years of that, he is now here in the House advocating with the NAACP for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I would ask the body if you would make Mr. Chappell feel welcome.
Welcome to the House.
Thank you.
Gentleman from St. Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Announcement.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to announce that your Committee on Local Government is meeting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in Hearing Room 5.
Gentleman from Newton.
From a microphone not my own, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, sir.
Announcement for committee. Your Committee on Government Efficiency will meet in Hearing Room 7 upon adjournment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Platte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Consent will meet at 4 o'clock in Hearing Room 5, and I'm happy I'm facing the right direction this week.
Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Announcement for your Special Committee on Tax Reform from a microphone not my own.
Proceed.
Tax Reform will meet in Hearing Room 1 immediately following this session.
Further announcements. Seeing none. Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Upon return, members should be prepared to consider House Committee Substitute for House Bill 236, House Bill 660, House Committee Substitute for House Bill 798, House Bill 563, Senate Substitute Number 2 for Senate Committee Substitute for House Committee Substitute Number 2 for House Bill 495, House Bill 754, House Committee Substitute for House Bill 711, House Committee Substitute for House Bill 1464, House Committee Substitute for House Bill House Bill 607, and House Committee Substitute for House Bill 73. And with that, I move that the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday, March 12th, 2025.
The gentleman from Green has moved that we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday, March 12th, 2025. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the ayes have it. We are adjourned.